we begin. Alright, let's go ahead and get things going, shall we? We're gonna be doing another here stream. I forgot to turn on the model. One second. It's like, where did I go? Alright, I didn't press this button. I don't have a freaking bright-ass light shining in my face just yet. Wait a second. Get a second, gotta turn the model on. Ah, there it goes. Now I'm being blinded. Anybody who's worked with lighting before knows just, you get used to it, but you still have a big old ring staring you in the face for the entire day! But yes, we're gonna go ahead and continue on with some Make 'em a Good Mega Man level 3. Last time we finished up tier 4, that was by far the worst one for me so far, and tier 5 has started off as, a bit of a mixed bag, I must say. But hey, surely we'll have a good streak of levels today, right? It won't be another 5 skip portals in a row, right? Right? Alright, let's go ahead and get things ready, shall we? Oh. I think we're into what I'd like to call the wasted potential arc of the game. There's a whole lot of that going on. Where, like, you can see glimmers of good things, but ultimately the potential is horrifically wasted. Alright, hopefully the capture card is working correctly today. It is good! Alright, game takes a moment to load. The game's anime training arc? Well, there are quite a few tiers left, we'll see. Don't write the noise! I almost forgot. Oh yeah, the updates! I'm sure we'll be fine for today. I'll grab them later. Alright, we're heading on into level 125. Water level? Ice level? Question marks? Ah, a rare case where pretty much all the scores are leveled out to be nearly exactly the same. Let's dive right in! Are we just gonna have a very average level? Because, I mean, I wouldn't mind a very average level. 5 more tokens! Oh, this keeps happening! God damn it! Okay, just from the map, I can tell this one's gonna be physically large. Oh god! That's looking a bit weird. I can probably make this work in a silly way. Hang on. I have an idea. I was trying! It was worth a shot. Unfortunately, you can't just continue to rush Jen into the next screen. So, we're gonna have to actually go. Fine, fine. you know what? Just take the damage. It's easier. Oh, hey! An invisible ladder! An invisible ladder! Oh, boy! That's how we're setting the tone for... What?
What do you mean that these enemies become other enemies upon death? How many bad ideas are gonna be thrown into one room?
Fake Pep, it's go time! Never mind, it's another case where Fake Pep doesn't jump high enough. And those aren't solid.
Oh boy! This is gonna be a confusing mess, isn't it?
I'm gonna try going up this time. Oh man, we got some major Z fighting going on over there. Yeah, those ones aren't solid for whatever reason, despite the fact that the ones earlier in the level were solid. It's a 2D platform round here, MC buddy. It's probably not the correct term for that exactly, but it's the only term I can think of that fit. What the hell is with this level structure? Alright, sure, I got an M-Tech from that. We can supposedly go up from this screen if the map's anything to go by. But it is surprisingly annoying to jump and make a platform at the same time with the magnet beam, I must say. There's like a bit of a stickiness to it that doesn't exist in Mega Man 1, so it makes it a lot harder to jump and magnet beam like that. Yeah, I guess not. Must be a transition that goes back. Oi. Pretty much need a map for this stage, because everything in it is just weird. Like, that's a purely optional route. Okay, sure. Can I just ignore the mini-boss? Nope. Oh, hey, there's finally something there. I see! Wait, but I have it in ice mode right now. Why do we have water right here? Oh, wait, it's only the surface of the water that's frozen. Okay, I have to hit it there. Darn. But wait! Does this work? No. Damn it, Ice Wall, you were supposed to do something! So it's probably not going to allow me to go up to the next screen unless the ice switch is thrown, I guess. Unless there's another freaking invisible ladder or something, but then the compass would have pointed it out. It's like, there's a room above me! It's what it's labeled as, and it has a token! And suddenly there's a ladder. How does turning... You can jump up and grab the ladder without actually triggering the screen transition. Also, there's so many bolts here, it's lagging the game. There we go. Or maybe not, it just felt like I was moving in slow motion for a sec. I'm gonna go this way because it heads back towards the start. The screen transitions don't even work. Good frickin' job! Yeah, that's a glitch! That's a glitch! That is definitely something that should have come up in playtesting. But here we are! Imagine doing proper playtesting. It's like I get why the checkpoint's here. It's because, I mean, with the way the level's designed, you're stuck having to go back all the way from where you initially make it icy. But, like, you could have had a checkpoint in the previous room there. With the ladders and whatnot. Yeah, it's a neat idea, but the level design is so actually confusing. It's another one of those stages that became a big old labyrinth of nonsense. Oh, now see, this one's awkward. Since I need to jump in the screen transition, if you just slide, you'll die! Eddie, what the fuck? You can't just do that, Eddie! Eddie, you can't just throw trucks at people! That's not okay! Oh, that didn't look glitchy at all! Yeah, it starts as water and then turns into ice. It's the classic case of order of operations. Since it doesn't do the switching into ice first, well, that happens. Just what everybody wanted. Another version of this mini-boss. Because everybody always has nice things to say about the flower mini-boss that they love so much. I'm fine with this mini-boss, but like... people don't like this one, so... making another version of it was certainly a decision. Have we hit a checkpoint yet? No. And it doesn't look like there's any more for a while either. Despite this room being a really good spot for one, there isn't. Okay, good. This one right here. That works! I knew it was a good idea to use Rush Jet. I knew it. I looked at that setup, it's like, there's no way that's gonna be safe. Another M-Tank! This is getting ridiculous. I probably need those to not be extended. Maybe that'll be fine. Let's take a look. Rush Jet is the primo bird. Oh yeah, I love having my controls messed with. I may switch back to roll at some point. Because I do miss rolls well.
Fresh meat.
Why did I know that was going to be exactly what happened? You need to get through there with the water switch on to get the last token. And of course, since it freezes above you the second you land on the screen, the only way to get it is to dive into a pit. Let's see if I can skip this entire bit. Nah, they act as solid walls. See any weapons that might be able to handle this? Nope, they're acting as solid walls, so I actually do have to go all the way back through this again. That's because of a silly gotcha with the one token. But here's the problem. I can't really trust whether or not... I can't trust whether or not going down with the switch flip the other way is going to actually be a good thing or not, because this level's jank enough that makes you worry that, you know, The level's gonna break in half if I do that. I mean, the biggest thing with this level that's obvious is lack of testing. No, Rush Jet won't get you through those either. I mean, it's got a lot of problems. The overly long, sprawly nature of it being another one. Yeah, the gimmick's neat. That's the thing. They had a neat idea, but unfortunately the execution is, pretty nasty. Wait, why? Why are you putting mandatory weapon usage in the boss hallway? Are you serious? I'm genuinely surprised that didn't kill me. Why does that even
Work? Okay, I guess it's trying to show me what the boss is gonna do? Ah, it's another double robot master, my favorite. Go Spark Chaser!
Yeah, it turned out not to be mandatory weapon usage, but at the same time. Yeah, the break dash is a chainsaw. No, hey, Annie, you got all the goods. A built-in rice cooker. I guess he's shaped like one.
Also, don't put that in a plush toy! It'd get caught on fire!
Let's take a look and see what the skip text had to say. Sequence breaking poses. This level doesn't account for clever use of Magnet Beam and Ice Wall. Yeah, that's the problem. It's jank enough that
Trying to do something that would seem like a clever idea just breaks it!
the level's too twisty, the level's too gold, the level's too buggy.
Oh, where's the gold?
So many paths, so many switches to flip on off. So many steps you'll need to retrace. I lost my way several times. I even went somewhere I'm certain I wasn't supposed to go to yet. This room is much easier to navigate.
Go left to win! I tried that in the level and it didn't work out so well.
Okay, I was gonna see whether or not that frees fast enough, but I'm falling at max speed. Answer yes. Alright, let's see. Not giving it very many points of design because, you know, it's another sprawling mess. It did have some creative ideas, though, so I'll get some points for that. Fun! It was another sprawling mess with a bunch of jank that made it difficult to tell whether what I was doing was actually a good idea or a bad idea. Function!
Oh, baby, it did not function very well.
Aesthetics? I mean, it was mostly just a combination of, like, Cold Man and Splash Room styles, but it worked! $26. Well, hey, we have another for the pile of neat ideas with very flawed execution. The whole switching between frozen and thawed is a great idea for the drill band switches. But unfortunately, the stage attached is confusing. It is a confusing, sprawling mess that can easily be broken in about 100 different ways. The problem with this kind of gimmick is it requires a whole damn lot of testing to make sure things do not fall apart at the seams. This clearly did not get very much testing, as some bugs, such as dying if you are on the ground, going left at the screen transition at the start of the stage, should have been easily spotted by someone before release. The last token is especially problematic because by then the level sheer jank makes you not trust the idea of not flipping switches as soon as you see them. And then the only way to get the token is to die and slog through the whole long back and forth switch segment again. By the time I got to the dual Robot Master fight, I just wanted the level to end, as it is also too long as a result of its sprawling nature, and thus Bubble and Chill Man were very quickly there we go, special weapon to death. Maybe do not go for such a spread out level next time and work on polishing, focusing on a singular path first. More testing was desperately needed. Alright! Gonna think of the 52 months. Is that the noise? It's the noise. Showtime! Yeah, we're still out of the hundreds. It takes a while. Yeah, we gotta think for this 60 months and 2 or 3. Beep. Beep. Yeah, you might have been able to grab with the magnet beam as well, but it's just, there's just so many messes here. water? Is it ice? I'll take both for 500. The core concept at flipping between water and ice is interesting, picking between large pools and geysers or frozen surfaces and icicles from the ceiling. This can create radically different scenarios from the same room, best shown when you go back through the initial segments or the final split before the star token. The enemies complement this decently enough. Penguins, Revenons, and Kaonaginos for ice. Poles and swim balls for water. Unfortunately, while they're absolutely appropriate, the vast majority don't really seem to do much besides get shot. Still, the level has solid enough building blocks. Hey, at least it wasn't just a bunch of Joes and Mets again! But the execution? Oh boy! For starters, it takes until after the first mid-boss to introduce the core gimmick. Considering how long this level is, that's not a good thing. And it makes the initial screen basically just a dull water level with only a few tiny hints of something more. Even then, the attempts to enforce variety still don't work here. Forcing the player underwater is especially ineffective. There's barely any difference when the place is frozen or not, which kills the point and causes that section to drag. Top it off with an annoying and awkward mid-boss. Why had him be in, really? Especially with freezing? I told you people don't like that flower mini-boss. I told you. And this place doesn't look super great. But the real aggravation is the tokens. Not the diamond with the checkpoint or the last one with the boss gate, but the other three are just bad. The hard one, obtuse requirement aside, is severely laggy. It really was, even in this finished version of the engine. The spade takes you through multiple easily broken transitions before rewarding you with a truck to the face.
And a really dumb number of tanks.
The club requires you to jump down an unmarked snake pit after flipping a switch and pulling a lot of backtracking, and then deal with the spam of swim balls that somehow explode into splash woman mines,
which appear nowhere else in the level! Yeah!
These three are all an absolute mess, and they drag down an already vulnerable level. Top it off with a very unpolished dual boss, one where you can just stand on the left magnet and tediously snipe the two to death regardless of the level's current mode, and the end result just does not do the concept justice. If I were to give one big piece of advice, this should have been capitalized more on the ability to pick your temperature. The water level as the ice level concept versus the ice level concept is absolutely this place's strongest piece. At least above water and building rooms that allowed the player more choice could have been interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. You can flip the switches on and off, but it doesn't do anything with them. For the most part, you just traverse a room one way and then traverse another room the other way. You had the perfect opportunity to just do, like, split paths or something, but you didn't do it. Instead, you just this big, sprawling mess of nothing. As it is now, this is a cool concept, but the execution misses the mark in several areas. Yeah. The general idea behind this stage is sound, but sadly, it's dragged down quite a bit due to a combination of level design and technical issues. Let's focus on the positive aspects first, though. The biggest point in this stage's favor is easily its main gimmick. The freezing switches are really interesting, and mostly thanks to how their effects persist throughout the whole level, rather than just being contained within whatever room you're currently in. The stage takes great advantage of this by having you backtrack through previous areas under new conditions, which forces you to change up your approach. I'll take a look at that in a sec! To previous segments a bit. It's a really neat idea with a ton of potential. Director thinks with the 42 months, Skin Jonathan's been a little bit more, and Joey D with the 5 gifted subs going on over to Yamino Senshi, Vesper Crow, Max Waylord, Daniel, and Runborn. And 500 bits from Gluden. As well. Get the whole train starting up. Yeah, that is a fairly high score for Shinryu. However, a good idea alone is not enough to carry a level. The actual stage design varies a lot between decently designed rooms and ones that feel overtly cluttered and cramped. I wouldn't mind this too much if not for the serious lack of checkpoints. Dying often means redoing the level from the first usable switch, even if you've reached the second. And rather annoying mini-boss. And granted, there's a way around this. Intentional or not, it's very easy to bypass a large section of this level through some simple magnet beam usage. Doing this means less legwork when it comes to the checkpoints, but you also miss out on some of the tokens as well. Speaking Speaking of which, actually locating a few of them is a pretty obtuse process, such as the one that requires you to go back to a previous room after flipping a switch, which somehow causes a ladder to be materialized out of nowhere. Yeah, we can take maybe 100 biddies as well. The rope for these tokens also unveils some technical problems as well. For one, the water often doesn't extend to where its surface is shown on screen. I get this is probably tied to making for room for the freezing effect, but even that ends up being glitchy, since it's incredibly easy to clip through the ice and immediately die by just walking into certain screens, mainly the ones left at the start. All this ends with a double boss fight against Chillman and Bubbleman, which is made incredibly easy if you trap both of them underneath the ice.
It's a pretty lackluster note to end up
The level on. But it didn't have to end up that way. I really would like to see a better version of the stage, since the main gimmick has so much potential. Yeah, we really are in the missed potential arc.
Steam level?
Yeah, that's about right, although we are cooling the water, not so much really heating it up a bunch. I really like this kind of level concept a lot, changing the state of the... Wait a minute,
Are those glasses outright broken this time? Oh no! Patchy, no! Get those off your face!
the state of the rooms you've already been to and unlocking new paths that way. It's like a mini Metroidvania. The unfortunate part is that this is one of the buggiest entries of the contest I've seen. So often your character gets stuck in the geometry by the changing water and ice, flinging you all over the place out of bounds and killed. Even outside the main gimmick, there just seem to be collision errors littered around. Level design is also questionable, especially when it comes to the tokens. Holy moly, those tokens were a big mess of a process to reach! The overall layout of the level can get quite confusing at times, notably at the beginning where you can only progress after you've done the first switcheroo, and the starting point of the deep water, underwater section where it wasn't clear for the player that you had to go toggle the switch to an ice state unless they happened to go right first. Don't really like that during the deep underwater section. The stage keeps placing those swimming enemies, specifically to knock the player off the nearby pits. Like, come on now, that's number 2 of the 10 things you should not design your level like. Pay attention during your design lessons, students. Despite all that, at least the music is super soothing and nice to listen to. Probably one of my favorite tracks of the contest so far. It's the one thing that'll allow me to tolerate that bug-infested nightmare, that's for sure.
Goddamn!
No other level in this concept confused me as much as this one did. I went left at the start, okay, fine, guess I'll die. Then I went right, thinking I had found a secret area. I used Magnum Beam to slide through a hole in the wall. Unbeknownst to me, I had just wrecked the level. I encountered plenty of switches, but I couldn't get any of them to work. The ones that I could touch did nothing except make a noise, and the ones I couldn't touch just looked like awkward wall decorations. I understand now what you were going for, but please don't do that.
For over half the level, I honestly couldn't tell if something was massively broken or if I simply didn't understand what I was supposed to do.
Even playing the intended way, there are signs this level needs more playtesting. It's never clear what's a bottomless pit or where any given path will lead you. It's possible to get stuck in a few places or shunted through the floor if you turn the water to the ice at the wrong time. The dual boss battle, while certainly interesting, isn't terribly polished. Although too many challenges feel more like random assets on a screen than a deliberate test of knowledge or skill, the water/ice puzzles are generally pretty strong. Magnet plus ladder use is excellent. I wish I had used that setup in
Oh, Joe's!
Dual magnets plus spike shaft is also good. I love the concepts of the token challenges. The swim ball's devious surprise is especially great, and I got a laugh out of Eddie's truck trick. But I have serious issues with their execution, particularly the logic-defying secret ladder. Yeah, this might have been a good level to disable Magnet Beam, because it just
Breaks the level in too many ways!
moody music, background graphics that change with the gimmick, and a really solid premise almost keep the level afloat. Profound polish problems are what sink it. When this level goes right, it's fun, excellent even. But oh my, it's so easy for it all to just fall apart. Which version of the stage do you get? The clean, smooth experience the developer intended, or the softball glitchy mess
Where you accidentally backtrack into such a state where you lose lots of progress!
That's the real kicker. I've experienced both myself, and the latter version oh so very much sinks the real enjoyable experience I had with the other. And that's a damn shame. Wasted potential. It hurts. It hurts every time. From From a design standpoint, this stage works. Finding yourself retracing your steps, but seeing rooms in a new frozen or unfrozen state, that's thrilling, and the token layouts give the user a reason to try and progress through rooms in the unintended way. That shame that breaks the level half the time! But that's also the issue. Some of these rooms were not designed with that in mind. That's the issue. There are many areas where going through a screen transition with the ice/water gimmicks set in the wrong configuration leads to instant death, via clipping out of the world, or worse, a soft lock. The player basically requires clairvoyance to tell which of these screens is going to kill them. Even with it set up correctly, the fact the ice needs to spend time spawning in means walking through an intended screen transition can kill you! It's really cute, then, that the spade token requires sliding through a transition, and you need to correct yourself before plummeting to your death! This combined with the it's a water level, therefore spikes nature of the stage is made all the more frustrating due to the really questionable checkpoint placement. Just to quickly mention, the heart token having what is an invisible ladder that's only visible in the frozen state? No! Don't do this! There's zero indication it's there and fails hard! The rest were fine, but this is absurd! The stage isn't great from a graphical standpoint either. It all feels rather flat, unpolished, and messy, so it's proof of just how important a good music track is. That alone helps rise the atmosphere of the stage. It helps all the gimmicks and elements do their thing and sells the theme to you. It's also a shame the lack of polish given the graphics also applies to pit indication or lack thereof. Given the wild, confusing nature of the layout, this really hinders the player's ability to tell where they're supposed to go. Instant death and the path forward look identical in this level, especially in the water. Now, Ace is talking specifically about, like, indication of, like, bottomless pits and whatnot. The official Mega Man games often put a shadow down in bottomless pits to indicate that there's, like, you're dead if you fall down there. Whereas if it leaves a solid color, then it means that you can go down there. That's what Ace is getting at. It's one of those things that is frequently missed in a lot of these levels. And yeah, if you're gonna do things like that particular pit with all the swimming ball enemies that have a token, you need to properly tile your pits, because otherwise how the hell is anybody supposed to know that there's something down there? If all the pits look the same, you can't tell them apart. The boss also has two versions. The version where you don't let them interact and pick them off one by one, or the version where you're a dumbass and let them combo you into oblivion by unfreezing the water. I've also experienced both of those versions, but for some wild reason, I don't feel I can hold that one against you. God, this is so frustrating. There's a really good stage in there, let down by just how unfun it is to play through all a slog of glitches. I think we're gonna go with Patchy this time. Chaos Light City! Why is that one of those level names that fills me with a sense of dread? Well, just one token this time. Let's see what we're in for. We don't have a skip! So, I mean, that's a good sign, at least. Yeah, music balancing issues. What a surprise, right? Joe's and Mets, they're back! Joe's and Mets and other cannons that have shields in front of them. It keeps happening. Oh, hey! Now, this really is the entire enemy roster of this stage, huh? Okay, there we go. Do your thing, Icewall! Do your thing! That one thing that you do! obsession with fake boss doors, anyways? Are they invulnerable while they're in the light? That's a decision.
Yo, what's up, Black Man?
You playing the Game Boy? No, he's playing the Switch. I can see the little blue and red. Oh, there. The city's so beautiful at this time of night, isn't it? Thanks to me, of course. Electrifying!
Wait, I can't turn off his light!
Darn. They made the floor enemies severely faster than they normally are as well.
What the heck? Was that the loop? Was that supposed to be where the music loops? Wow, that was harsher than usual. Like, I know we've had some bad loop points so far in this game, but damn, that wasn't even close.
I mean, it's a very visually pretty level, but... Alright, this one's actually a bit of a... Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing!
That was level.
Alright, I mean, it has definitely cool ideas here. It had a cohesive theme, so let's give it a 10 for 12 for design, yeah. Creativity, I mean, it pretty much just relied on one thing the entire time. It was a cool one thing, but it's still just the one thing. Fun, I'm docking a lot of points here because it's literally all just shielded enemies. It was nothing but shielded enemies. Mets, Joes, shielded cannons, floor spines, everything. It didn't even do anything interesting with the gimmick, other than the mid-boss. Function, I mean, everything seemed to work just fine. I didn't see any issues there in terms of functionality, other than the music loop, which I'm docking a point for. Aesthetics, it did look pretty neat. Especially the background light effects and whatnot. I'm gonna give it a solid 12 on that one, actually. I liked how it looked quite a bit. Let's see what we got here. Got a 42, not bad. A bit of a sudden end on that one. But overall, still a good level. The concept was neat, but it barely got used. The problem is, since you chose enemies who are already purely defensive anyways, the light gimmick gets completely missed. There's only someone who really, really wants to stick to the Buster is not gonna pull out Laser Trident here. Seriously, that is this level's #1 issue, is the specific choice to use only defensive enemies. Having the invincible light gimmick on more aggressive enemies actually would have made your own positioning matter more, and also would have encouraged something other than Laser Trident spam. The big guy mini-boss was interesting. But you really should have gone with a similar enemy that is not pure RNG, whether or not it jumps high enough to go over you. Big damage is almost inevitable without Break Dash or other utilities. Seems to be a trend of interesting ideas and flawed execution going on lately. Man, at least that one was, you know, pretty to the point, so it didn't drag on for much time, but yeah, it's another case of flawed execution. Oh my word, please crit it with all the shields.
Yeah, Mick, that's pretty much it.
Seriously though, I'm pretty sure every enemy in here is shielded, and Chaos Light City has a tendency to overcrowd its rooms with souped up, stronger shielded enemies than normal. This means Laser Trident is the go-to weapon for the player, because the alternative is an exercise in frustration. And that presents a huge problem for the level design. The idea of turning off streetlights to remove invincibility is neat. It's a neat idea I could get behind in another level. There's even a spot where one of the lights is keeping a Sniper Joe from chasing you, meaning turning it off actually hampers you. The kind of clever scenario I wish there was more of. Unfortunately, the level instead chooses to pivot towards lights that you just can't turn off, which only works in tandem with the Cyber Gabules. Making matters worse, Laser Trident's ability to pierce shields includes the Light's Shield, so it completely defeats the gimmick, and since the enemies here are already shielded, aka the exact sort of enemies you'd already use Laser Trident against, the core gimmick becomes self-defeating, and might as well not be there at all. Yeah, that's the issue.
People don't like Sniper Joes. They're gonna pull out Laser Trident. Laser Trident defeats your gimmick, which you've already defeated by making your enemies all Sniper Joes.
All you have left after that is a complete slog. I really only have one big piece of advice. Reevaluate the enemy selection from the top to the bottom, because this wasn't fun, nor was it very interesting. And disabling Laser Trident wouldn't have helped at all, then it'd be extra aggravating instead of just frustratingly boring. Part of me wants to like this place as there was a clear effort put in, but the rest of me is too frustrated and bored to give it that luxury. There's a decent idea in all this, but sadly it's buried beneath a number of problems that ultimately make this stage a very flawed stage. The biggest issue here is the enemy placement. Simply put, they're set up in such a way that they're more of a nuisance than anything. The worst offenders of are the Cyber Gabules, as they not only tend to be grouped on small platforms, but they also move faster when exposed to light. That being said, I can't say I dislike the gist of what the level's going for. The main gimmick of having the lights affect enemies in various ways is pretty interesting. I just wish it was used to do more than make already shielded enemies invincible, and speed up enemies in small spaces. Thanks to how tedious all the enemies were to deal with, I ended up using Laser Trident and Thunder Beam to plow through everything, which basically rendered the gimmick pointless, since the light effect doesn't protect them from piercing weapons. While we're on the subject of weapons, there was a dev kit related issue with Tornado Blow and the main gimmick that severely broke the stage for me. I assumed it was an entry issue at first because of other oddities, such as Rush's teleport being able to activate the light switches. What? Along with the music not looping correctly, these are relatively minor when compared to the other stages issues though. That aside, the only other major noteworthy thing here are the aesthetics. While the searchlight effect in the background is somewhat neat, I'm really not a fan of the gray and red color scheme. It's a little bland, I will say, but I mean, at least it's something, man. There's not much more to talk about here, even when it comes to the mid-boss, who's just a big eye that gets occasionally shielded by the lights, and the ending climax, which is a complete anti-climax. Like I said at the start of the review, there's a good idea here, but the execution is flawed due to an overabundance of shielded enemies and tight spaces. I can only imagine how much Ace Spark disliked this level due to all the shields. Betrayal by light! Patchy just looks exhausted. Pretty interesting gimmick here, where the enemies become invulnerable if they're shined by light. And you often need to toggle the light off in order to make them vulnerable again. There's just one major demerit. There are way too many shielded enemies, which really halts the flow of the stage, and the lights only serve to pad out the tedium. It doesn't help that there are quite a few instances where you can't manipulate the settings either. Poor use of the spines, they're sudden speed-ups and very hard to parse overall. They also can get off sync by player proximity, leaving no room to maneuver safely most of the time. On successive playthroughs, it turns out I didn't realize that the light is what was causing your sudden speed increase, which seems like a poor conveyance on the level design part, but the player couldn't immediately recognize what's going on. A room with fake pits that hide the token, odd design there. The said room also has little gaps between the pillar objects where you can't jump out of without tornado blow. Oops. Well, it's a simple gimmick, but a very clever one, and the level does a satisfactory job of exploring its potential, timing and sequence puzzles are the right way to go. Big Eye's a great choice for a mini-boss. I really don't agree with that one. Big Eye's RNG is a big problem. Inherently shielded enemies are, well, the worst possible choice for this level, but at least they don't disrupt the pacing. They don't disrupt the pacing?! The fuck are you on about? That's their entire purpose! Theming's on point with shadowy enemies, admittedly a bit too shadowy, against an exciting backdrop of animated lights surrounded by neutral-colored architecture that looks nice without pulling focus from the action. It feels like a lot of thought went into this level, or at least certain aspects of it. However, it doesn't feel like there was a lot of playtesting. Directionality gets fuzzy around the first one up screen. A player can easily get stuck between pillars on the screen above the token. The otherwise perfect music doesn't loop correctly. What do you mean otherwise perfect? It was also too loud! I suppose it is to turn off lights with Rush Coil. The main gimmick doesn't properly account for special weapon use. There are so many oversights that the player could conceivably reach the end without ever realizing the lights are more than decoration. And the special weapons are essential because most challenges are so cramped, overcrowded, or precision-driven that it's unreasonably difficult to avoid damage without them. I get the sense that this level knows the basic tenets of good game design, but not how best to apply them. New elements are introduced in a way that could be appropriate if the player thinks it plays exactly as intended. Gimmick complexity keeps increasing, yet the difficulty remains constant because there's usually too much going on. Power-ups and checkpoints are abundant but haphazard. The level ends after an acceptable number of screens, but without a climax that gives the ending a sense of accomplishment. I'd love to play a revised version. Good ideas and great atmosphere make this level worth updating. What? All the judges are fine in this one. I have no issues with any of them. It's good to get different perspectives. I've agreed with each of them in turn on different levels. The stage is a neat idea, but the enemy selection really lets it down. Having a gimmick that makes enemies invulnerable would be cool, with more mobile, weaker enemies. However, every enemy in this stage is armored in some fashion, making it difficult and frustrating to kill them. For such a short stage, there was an awful lot of waiting around. The fact that enemies were so generic also hurt the personality of the stage. The stage is well-tiled and flashy, making for a decent atmosphere. Unfortunately, both the background and almost all the enemies were very dark, similar colors, making for a very monochromatic stage. It also made it very difficult to spot some of the enemies, especially the metals. There were a couple of very obnoxious rooms in the level. The room before the Big Eye was extremely difficult to pass, as the shot pattern often synced up where the shield attacker would block the shots when the other enemies were vulnerable. There were two rooms with Gabriels underneath lights that were nearly impossible to get through without taking damage. I'm pretty sure it's what's supposed to be said there. Finally, there were two rooms combining the Take Bow and Jill enemies with the Sniper Jill invulnerable. These took ages standing in place and were incredibly annoying. Yeah, it's like, Aces really gets down to the heart of it. It's like, you had a good idea, but you went ahead and made the worst possible enemy selection possible. Alright, let's see what I missed. Mediocre, man. What are you doing here? Hang on. I gotta get in the right distance for this. I'll have to do it from here. Fine, I'll do it from down here. That's all I had to say to you, Yoker Man! No more Yoku spikes for now! Instead, I'm making Yoku toys! Watch this thing disappear from a child's vision! Prompting a scavenger hunt around their home to find their lost toy! Endless hours of fun, don't you think? Strike fan, what are you doing up here? Man, am I tired of being stationed here? Love working for the tournament committee and all, but it's a little tiring to have tourist kids keep mistaking me for a novelty giant baseball and being thrown into walls. Fountain. Open the box? No. Mediocre oil level by Wistful Quint. I mean, seems to be in an appropriate position for something that's deemed mediocre. Yeah, I know, but I'm not opening it. The suspense will have to destroy you, chat. Just sorry?
Oh, that's worrisome.
Okay. Sure. Alright, these are back. They're just as loud as ever. I was gonna be like, what the heck are these guys doing here? But I'm just like, oh yeah, right, the ink. Excuse me? That is a very long magnet beam! I mean, there's apparently something over there. There's a checkpoint beneath me, but what's this? Whee! Yeah, no tokens. Sorry about that. You might want these, though. Honestly, I'm fine with no tokens. With how these tokens tend to be hidden, especially around the current tiers, I'm fine with that.
Jump, jump.
That is way too loud!
This is fine.
Shit! That's a pixel too far to the right. Actually, it looked like a couple of pixels.
Jump.
fine over oil? That is a good question. Let's find out. Nope. This is fine. I could ice wall over the oil, but the problem is the ceiling's too low. I mean, the most I ever needed was a slightly higher ceiling. This makes it especially tedious, only being able to go to do little teeny tiny mini hops. Tornado blow! Goodness gracious, the self-depreciation. For heaven's sakes, level authors, stop putting self-depreciating messages at the end of the level.
Do you really want all your levels to end with a dull...
Oh god, oil man surrounded by oil! Oh god, he does actually still have oil slider! I'm stuck. I pretty much can't get out. Look how hard it is to get him from underneath that platform once you end up down there.
God, that's a lousy boss fight.
If you ever end up underneath those platforms, good luck getting out.
Sir, your projectiles! Sir, your projectiles! There's something very wrong with them, sir!
It didn't despawn that. I can kill myself on this thing. I couldn't.
If I jump on it one more time, it will kill me. I mean, sure, that one was definitely mediocre, but it's, you know, it had ideas, I guess.
We've definitely seen worse. I'll take it. Alright, not much on design. Creativity. I mean, it mostly relied on those slicks and the mag beams and not a whole lot else. Fun. It's definitely losing a lot of points for that the magma beam oil room with the small ceiling and the boss fight. Functionality, I mean, it all worked, but for better or for worse, except for the boss attack there. So, you know, ain't on that. Aesthetics. The aesthetics were very boring. They weren't terrible, but they were very boring. Alright, what we got? one! My scores haven't really adjusted very much from
Like tier 2 onward.
Yeah, mediocre. Mediocre. Seems about right. Honestly, though, I will take that over a lot of other things I have already experienced. Really, this level's flaws are fairly clear and easy to point out. There's not really much done with the gimmick. It mostly relies purely on annoying the player with oil slicks and hoping they slip into a magma beam. That room with the low ceiling, especially, is just aggravating. Even one more tile of headroom would have been a big improvement. Aesthetics are also very bland. There's not much going on. And the fight itself, the Oil Man, is a disaster due to how easy it is to get stuck underneath the platforms. Once again, one more tile of space would have made a big difference. Also, it's just plain bugged. The oil projectiles can get stuck under a platform and float for the rest of the battle, still doing damage. They do not despawn when Oil Man is defeated either, which can definitely cause problems. Final note. A lot of creators do this, but do try to avoid having so many self-depreciating messages in the level. It really takes any wind out of the level sails, especially when it is right before boss. At least try to make it funny, I guess. If you really have to. Oh, nice, Curtis. You kind of plowed through the rest of that, huh? It's like, last thing I checked, you were still in the factory. Congratulations on completing my high school age mess. Any of that's designed to create instant negative bias. The beta tile set as a primary visual several unnecessary apologies and a broken proto-man to the left that gives the player nothing. This is a very bad first impression and it doesn't really improve. I like the enemy set. Cyrone and PU oil is a surprisingly good combination. I also appreciate that both oils are introduced well. And I'll admit the PU oil was much less annoying here than normal. Considering it tends to be combined with the instant death magma lasers, that's honestly an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember, even I don't really look too fondly at most of that game anymore.
It's like I realized what it was. It was amateurish game design, and me just trying to make something when I was in high school. For better and for worse, mostly worse. But hey! If I didn't make it, then it wouldn't have given me better level design and just general game design sensibilities later down the road, so it's important that I started somewhere. Unfortunately, there's a precious little about this place that I'd call memorable. The only parts that stick out are the oil magma hall. Funkaroo and the boss fights, the Oil Magma Hall because it's kind of tedious, although Jumps cameos appreciate it, and Rush Bike can totally trivialize the challenge there. Damn, Rush Bike, that was the way to do it. Funkaroo sticks out because he's unexpected and frankly rather cheap. The boss fights actually try to do different things, and I'll give Change Key Dragon credit for the respawning oil. However, while it's funny to see Oil Man getting stuck under those small platforms, his fight also really doesn't work here. All in all, I don't have a lot to say here. There's not much going on, and what does happen still doesn't offer very much. I suppose I'd appreciate seeing a level that isn't designed to set the panel against it from the get-go. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be so appreciating. Well, I mean, that's just it. I put some depreciation in there, but I put a positive spin on it there at the end.
We all gotta start somewhere. Sure, our early works are gonna suck, but that's because there are early works. Nobody starts off great at something. You gotta start somewhere. And hey, it does get noticeably better as the game progresses,
Which it certainly helps. It's like, oh hey, past me was learning things. We're going on a steady uphill climb of quality with one big spike in the middle.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, even though I think you're being a bit harsh on yourself. I do agree that it's not a good stage, but it's still not the worst I've played. Yeah, that's the big thing. The thing is, I can see glimmers of good design at this level when it comes to some of the enemy and gimmick placements. There's a few rooms where they actually complement each other rather well. The corner with the magma generators and the crayons comes to mind. Islands, excuse me. Unfortunately, this doesn't really make up for the rest of the stage's issues. The lackey aesthetics, the level itself being way too short, and several interesting rooms in between. The more unique ones, it all drags the stage down to be a subpar, mostly forgettable experience. Yes, I realize I just more or less reiterated the level's title, but I get the feeling that making a mediocre level wasn't the original intent here. Unless it was, in which case, more power to you, I guess?
Mediocre? More like... God damn it, Patchy!
Well, mediocre is certainly not inaccurate, though honestly, I've seen more mediocre levels in this contest.
See? There we go.
The stage is not bad. I quite like the small hallway where you had to position yourself between the magma lasers, cleverly using the tile set to indicate the safe spot. Could have used an extra checkpoint here and there, but nothing too unreasonable. Powered up oil is a risky gimmick that could be used in real evil ways, but thankfully the challenges here are merciful and manageable enough. Until the Oil Man fight anyway, the fight's a bit of a mess. The extra platforms you could use as shelter from the oil shots also can limit your movement severely, while oil gets filled up everywhere. Needless to say, it makes the fight into this really awkward situation where you're stuck in an oil-filled corner while Oil Man spends most of his time on top of a wall, away from your attacks. Also, you might want to replace some of the BG basic tiles next time. They're supposed to be placeholder, after all. Hey, happy birthday! One more before you hit the big one. Okay, not quite. 50's more the big one, but still. Honestly, if the rest of the level looked as decent as the last few screens do, and I can tell you tried, I wouldn't be talking to you for at least another tier. Mediocre just drastically undersells this level. If the text boxes are to be believed, this level was a rush job. Graphics aside, it barely shows. I see a sensible number of reasonable challenges, arranged mostly in ascending order of difficulty, with checkpoints and power-ups and breathers at regular intervals. If that isn't the basis of a good Mega Man level, I don't know what is.
I mean, but the challenges themselves weren't that interesting.
The initial learning curve is thoughtful, the architecture and screen tensions make sense, the screen count is thoroughly acceptable. Not only is there an obvious theme, but the presence of an ink-throwing octopus at an oil level means you were thinking outside the box. Yeah, I agree with that point. Asset combinations are unique and exciting. For once, I don't hate Oil Man, or that stupid crow,
Or the jump side,
which is surprisingly helpful.
jump, god dang it!
And that whole laser corridor is the best part of the level. Really? Multiple judges have said that now.
People really like having to jump very carefully while moving about 3 pixels at a time, huh?
This is the first time I've ever enjoyed the use of oil slicks. I cannot tell you how happy it makes me when things I despise turn into things I enjoy. Like I said, one more tile of headspace and I actually would have liked that room too, but it's just a little too cramped in its current state. I put up with choppy pacing and uneven challenge quality. That one showboating laser and the fall off the ladder challenge come to mind. I'll take unrestrained generosity over power-up deprivation any day. The little oversights are forgivable. I don't mind getting stuck in a wall when Proto-Man's delivering the kind of absurd comedy I love. Why, did you mean him just doing nothing?
Just kind of staring at you? I mean, it's fine, yeah.
Normally I'm bothered by text boxes that break the fourth wall, but this time they tell a story that provides necessary context.
Flashman, you're really stretching for this whole story thing.
You know what? I want most graphics aside. I want lasers to set oil puddles on fire. If that's the biggest disappointment, then you've done all right. It's a shame that this level feels so unfinished, as it definitely has some good ideas going for it. Yeah. Up until the final section, the oil gimmick builds up on the basics and manages to provide some interesting challenges for the player. This is finally seen in the narrow corridor, which requires some finesse and timing to get through. And needs the player to have properly learned how the oil gimmick works. Thankfully, the level teaches this well along the way. The magma beams were mostly okay to good, but the one beam that lasted for an ice age felt like a bit odd. Yeah. Unfortunately, the final third of the level seems completely out of place, with a rather useless drop. 2 complex enemies introduced without warning. And the fight against Oil Man was awful. The A on the boss broke completely, and the floor being covered in oil means that fighting Oil Man traditionally is impossible. It's a damage race, even with the weakness. Removing some of the oil from the room might have made this a more interesting encounter. Though with the very buggy AI, I cannot be sure this entire last section needed to be rethought. The other 2 mini-bosses were definitely positives in the level, so that Phoenix Flame was just enough changes. Has just enough changes to feel threatening, and the layout of the room means the fight is over quickly. The change Team Dragon's new layout is difficult, but learnable, and was satisfying to defeat. The graphics of the level were nearly non-existent, with no background, and even using the placeholder tile sets there were misplaced tiles and cutoffs. This looks more like an alpha build than something that should have been submitted. There's clearly some design effort and potential in this level, but there needed to be a bit more time put into the polish and testing to make a really good one. Yeah, the big thing with that one is it just felt unfinished. You know what I related to? So you know when I'm making like Mario Maker levels, right? People have kind of seen the process from streams of the past, how I kind of get all the obstacles and whatnot worked out first, and it kind of gives a sort of skeleton look to the stage. And then I go back over the whole thing and give it a nice coat of paint to make it look like a proper level. It looks like the state between those 2 moments, where the obstacles are done, they haven't been quite ironed out yet, but they're done. And it's before the aesthetics really start coming in. So it's in the state where they've definitely done a big bulk of the process, but needed some more time. The warped void! Oh no.
Wait! God, no! Please don't tell me we have another freaking Aria of Sorrow level here! We already had one as a bonus level sort of thing!
Like, between the level name and the author name, are we just gonna have yet another reference to the Chaos Dimension?
Again? Well, let's find out.
Oh, hey, Mario and Luigi music, how quaint. I mean, we gotta get out of here, but there's really nothing really putting any pressure on me. It's just the music and the shaking. Why are we in Wario Land 2? Wario Land 2 definitely left an impression on me. Yeah, looks like we're going with this version of the void. Yeah, this is Wario Land 2's bonus level for 100%ing it. It was certainly an additional level. A very, very weird additional level. Hey, Gravity Man. Oh, good. Fantastic. Hey. Hey, how's it going? Okay, we really are just kind of switching gravity. Oh, hey, the cannon was actually there this time, go fig. Wait a minute. Does a big bubble come up from here at any point? Ah! Okay, can I just ride this thing the whole way up? You can technically get that token too. Hang on a second. Ah! There we go. Alright, now unfortunately I do have to do this room properly. So apparently this bubble's gonna despawn on me. Okay, this is very strange. Okay, the little bubbles are breaking the big bubbles, that's what's going on. Ugh. Doors that don't door? That's a pretty common issue that's been going on in these stages. Yeah, like even in the original Wario Land 2 stage, the aesthetics were meant to be jarring and uncomfortable, so that's certainly a choice to make your level based off of. Oh hey, we're suddenly in high gravity, I only heard the noise. Well, hey, at least the noise being here works. It makes sense. say. Alright, these doors actually work. That means it's time for the actual boss, right? Is it Gravity Man? I'm saying.
Okay, that's a good joke.
It's like, that gave me a chuckle!
Are we gonna have no boss at all? Okay, but like, have a boss afterwards, right? An actual one, instead of just throwing Crystal Man into the spikes. Well, that was an experience.
Alright, this one's definitely taking a few hits for the bubble room in particular. Of all the things to draw inspiration from,
Why the bonus level of Wario Land 2? It's one of the weirdest things I'd ever played originally.
Showtime!
introducing me getting a sub over to Pork Chop Gatorade. I think that's a new flavor.
You never know what flavor they're gonna be next time.
The creativity, I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot going on with this one. It's mostly just gravity flips for the sake of gravity flips. And I can't really say it's all that creative of a premise either. Fun, I mean, it's alright. I didn't have too much issue with it. I'll give it an 8. Function-wise, I mean, everything seemed to work just fine other than that one bubble room, so mostly fine. Aesthetics are taking a big hit because of all the things
for you to take aesthetics from. The weirdest freaking level from Wario Land 2. They're jarring and uncomfortable on purpose. Unfortunately, it does not make for a good aesthetic, just a weird one.
That's a 13. A weird level, but not much outside of that. Taking the assets from Wario Land 2's bonus stage for completion was certainly a decision. It gives this level a similarly jarring and uncomfortable appearance, right down to clashy backgrounds in more than a few spots that are that are not so great on the eyes. Aside from looks, not a whole lot of actual gimmicks going on. They come and go, like the ebb and flow of a tide. We get Gemini Man eggs for a bit, then a singular wave ban bubble section that is a little janky, but with the small bubbles despawning a large bubble you are currently standing on. And then it just goes into some pretty standard gravity flipping shenanigans that do not amount to much. wrong with an inoffensive level, though. It was fine. Also, the Crystal Man gave me a good chuckle. That maybe should have included an actual boss afterwards. Ah, well. We're getting a lot of pleasant, like, just plain old fine levels, and I'm here for it, man.
I'm here for it after last time. We're getting a bunch of just kind of cozy levels.
Wow, not the best first impression. Non-threatening enemies and a free token is one thing, but a surprise shield attack or a cutscene that can hurt you and screen shake that introduced a mild headache? Yeah, this is off to a poor start. I think I get the idea here. This is supposed to be bizarre and inexplicable. Did it succeed?
No.
The vast majority of the level is basic enemy scenarios and very little platforming. Any variety is caused by poor design. In particular, the several screen bubble room is tedious, especially if you want the token. Hey, not if you do some shenaniganery with the rush coil and magnet beam like some sort of pro.
That took a few attempts.
Especially if you want the token. Yeah, there's also not enough warning when double gravity triggers, which has caused at least one cheap hit. Yeah, there's that. You just get a sound effect and you don't know what that sound effect was about. Now, this isn't completely bland. The attempt to show Wandering Head's flight path is appreciated, assuming that's the intent behind the wall decals in this room. There's also Melody Response Cannon, perhaps the most interesting part of the level. But the second one bungles it when you realize you can leave the room on the ceiling.
What?
The rest of the level is not designed for that, to say the least. The classic case of really having to be careful with your gravity flippers. I'm gonna take another couple of points off the functionality for that one, boys. Boys, ghouls, and everything else, we're getting yourselves another couple of function points taken off. The old classic post-judge comments of finding out things were more broken than it seemed. One thing that could have made this more fun was the proper boss. Unfortunately, Crystal Man just dies, and then he randomly returned to normal space. That's an anti-climax in an already boring level, creating an end result that's playable, but not fun. No. Well, I mean, that happened, I guess. Honestly, outside of the strange visuals, this stage doesn't really have a whole lot of substance to it. I wonder how many of these judges aren't going to recognize Wario Land.
I know it's somewhat niche of a series, but still.
The room layouts are all rather basic enemies, are pretty much a non-issue, except maybe the crystal shows and their usual absurd damage output. And the gimmicks are severely underutilized. Everything is mostly regulated to its own little section, which really hurts when it's easy to see how the stage could have been more refined. Combining reverse gravity bubbles and lower/higher jumps was an opportunity that feels completely missed out on here. That's true. Similarly, fighting Crystal Man while upside down might have been a decent spin on this boss fight, but unfortunately we'll never know if it was or not, since it was reduced to a gag.
Like I said, probably should have had an actual boss afterwards to cap off the level.
Those issues aside, there's one more glaring oversight that actually caused the player to get stuck. After dealing with the second Melody Response Cannon, it's very easy to enter the next room while upside down. Doing this puts you in a situation where you can't progress, since you need to slide through an opening at the end of the room, which you can't reach while on the ceiling. Besides the above oversight, the overly long bubble riding segment, and the Melody Response Cannons, the visuals are probably the most memorable thing about this stage. While I usually like abstract aesthetics, I can't help but feel they were somewhat wasted here. If you're gonna make a level as visually strange as this one, then it wouldn't hurt to capitalize on it and make it a more integral part of the level instead of just some odd/fancy window dressing. This is true, it didn't do anything too crazy with the actual mechanics of the level, despite using the void graphics. Twisty turnies! It's certainly a very bizarre stage. It's kind of charming in a way, though. There's some neat ideas, such as the gravity flipper against the Simon Says mini-boss. It's a bit on the short side, though, and the stage doesn't really push its gimmicks more outside of the mini-boss. And the strange non-mazy maze near the end. It's fine as a little sightseeing kind of level, just from the odd aesthetics alone. When troubling section would be the one with the bubble riding. It's a bit of a crawl having to wait for the bubbles to raise to reach the right screen. Again, to jump across the tiny bubbles in order to proceed. I am quickly realizing how few people bothered to 100% Wario Land 2. I was also expecting something to jump scare you in the final room where everything is normal again, like a Monty Python foot coming down after grabbing the element.
Yeah, okay, that could have worked.
You know, this is a kind of... She's calling it mostly mediocre, but gave it a 72, but I mean, that's patchy for you, I guess. I'm of the opinion that a crossover level is only as good as its fidelity to the source material. Aesthetics are a nice start, but if you're going to reference Wario Land 2, go all out! Conveyors, warp past through platforms, things dropping from the mouths in the background, lock all weapons except break dash.
Hey, let's not go that far, Flashman! But I'm not, out of all the judges, I'm not surprised he knows.
The level's weird enough for Wario, but not for the right reasons. It's weird because there's no unified tone to the humor and no underlying logic to the design. I can live with the ho-hum Super Mario World end caps. They provide appropriate contrast to make the weird seem weirder, but everything else is a mess of random challenges with a loose aquatic theme. Instead of teaching and then testing, the level plops obstacles in front of the player and proceeds to waste their time. The whole reason I made Ojos
was to inspire people to decide differently.
Well, I'll give you partial credit for the first high gravity Joe encounter.
Flashman desires more unique Joe usage.
I love puzzles, but it's hard to love gravity flips that don't consistently correspond with the background graphics, interminable trial and error bubble rides, a memory game with a switch hidden behind the health bar, and secret paths that look identical to bottomless pits. You know, it's a good thing I have the sun on, because I didn't notice the issue with the health bar. Only the bubble token is passable. It doesn't help that the checkpoint that'll be likely get the most use is before the tedious time-consuming segments that should only need to be cleared once. Myriad polish issues bring the level down further. Try riding Rush Jet across the opening section, or leaving the mini-boss chamber with gravity still reversed, or backtracking for the final section. Notice the couple invisible blocks and the absent tiles beyond the edge of the screen when everyth's shaken. The level is playable, sure, but I want more than playable. At least I got an energy element out of it. Nice little bookend to that one. Some stages are weird for the sake of weird, and yet others don't really go far enough to be all that memorable. This is the case here. We have a fairly low-key stage that hinders itself by a severe lack of conveyance. Oftentimes, new gravity switches are indicated in a fairly nondescript manner. I guess this is actually intentional, but it makes for a puzzling first impression when my jump randomly goes from full height to low, and I get smacked in the head by a crystal gel. Yeah, that's what happened to me. The Waveman Bubble segment is interesting, but makes a rather baffling first impression, which is fine and all, but the lack of rules makes the associated token all rather irritating. Maybe it's doable conventionally, but trying to repeatedly throw yourself at the damn thing and taking such a long time to reset, ultimately ending with the realization that the solution seems to be, screw it, I'm using Magnet Beam.
Not a great feeling to invoke.
Yeah. There's also the glitches. Nothing game-breaking, but giving it aura of lack of polish. Gemini Man just appears kind of broken, and there's buggy collision detection, with the same tile being used for different types of collision, or having collision that is invisible. It's hard to know if they're intentional or not, but again, that's not a great feeling to invoke. I did rather like how Melody Response Cannon got used. Many stages use this thing in an absolutely dreadful manner. But the restraint is appreciated. Yeah, that's the thing. This level actually did have restraint from a lot of different things that could have been happening. Which, you know, does make me like it more. The graphics and atmosphere is a mixed bag for me. The tile set seems intentionally limited, but the occasions of tile cutoff means that yet again it falls under the aura of lacking polish. The music is weird for the sake of weird, but it's probably an acquired taste. It took me multiple playthroughs for it to start to grow on me. The stage also manages to completely end on an anticlimax. The Crystal Man gang doesn't quite have the punch of Combust Man for the previous contest.
I forgot about Combust Man.
And the stage just really peters out after an ending cutscene. For once, I'm actually rather disappointed by the lack of fake out at the entry element. There's some creative moments here and there, but it just never pushes it above average. And the issues, though small, drag it below that. There always seems to be Mario, or in this case, Wario Land themed levels in these contests. I guess you chose something less generic, so that's a positive at least. The shape of the stage seems to be relying on weirdness to make it work, and that's the issue. I think I'm gonna go with Flashman on this one.
African Combust Man.
Never has a name and joke landed so well as that one.
What, did Combust Man combust himself? Spontaneous Combust Man, more like.
I got a capsule! I got an old boot, guys. I got an old boot. Alright, that's enough.
What are you doing up there?
Hey, I was messing around with the gravity flippers here and I think I got stuck. My sense of direction has been flipped backwards for the past hour and I don't know how to fix it. But don't help me. I'll figure it out.
Maybe if I get into a horrible crash, my settings will reset on reboot? Oh no!
Operation Narcissistic Stratosphere! Oh man, that's another one of those levels that worry.
Level names that worry me, but hey, maybe this one will also be perfectly fine.
By bizarre idea, man! We're starting with a spike drop, huh? Is this the entire level?
In which case... Ah!
Well, this section's kinda existed. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's a neat little idea. It definitely feels like a Mega Man Maker level. Simple, but effective. Son of a... No! No, you don't! No, you don't! I got a little tiny jump, but I needed a full jump to come out. Oh, jeez. Okay, slide jumping off of these blocks. They're only damage spikes as well. They're not even instant death. Ah, this is a, like, genuinely merciful level. You're a winner!
That was incredibly simple, and yet... Alright, sure! Fine, why not? That was fun. The Sheepman section was kind of lame, but I mean, the rest was fine. That was incredibly simple and primitive, but hey! It's something, alright. I don't think it was that much of a Mega Man level, really. It was just a section of one, but hey!
I would imagine Ace Community Zero and Function will, probably show up in the judge comments. My design, I mean, it's still very primitive at the end of the day. And creativity, I mean, it didn't do a lot. It was mostly just throwing one See, here's the thing. It was throwing one obstacle in at you after the other. It didn't combine anything other than damage spikes. So it was still kind of low on the creative standpoint. But, I mean, I had a decent time with it. Function, I'm gonna hold off on giving a function score for a little bit until I see what Spark has to write. Because if you're putting a 0 on there, there must be a problem. And aesthetics, what aesthetics? Yeah, there's just a black screen with spikes.
I think this is actually a case where I'm gonna leave that as 0. Because there literally wasn't one. It was a black void with spikes. There wasn't a single decorative tile in the whole level.
A simple premise. One that is not going to, like, win any awards or anything. But it feels like the sort of level you would randomly play in Mega Man Maker, have a smile, and move on. Really the main issue here is that none of the gimmicks were combined with one another. Each section was just an individual gimmick. So, I mean, it was very, very basic. Still though, it was a fun little romp. Alright, let's see what we got. What? Now we have the reference to my MAGMML3 review out of the way. Wow, this is a very surprising level. This is essentially Vane's Space from MAGMML3, hence the synonymous, if more verbose name. But instead of just a straight drop, it's an actual level with more gameplay than just another spike drop. I can't say I've seen anything like it in these games. That's for sure, and has the same boring aesthetic issues as the original level, so intended reference or not, I won't be providing many points there. Yeah, there's a lot of original music in this game, and a lot of it's very good and very catchy. Which, honestly, I'm really happy that a lot of the lobby music is super good, because when you're going through all the judge write-ups, and they're all pretty long, it's nice to have that really, like, good background music going on the whole time. That being said, it also felt pretty clever. While the level itself is super easy, I like how it turns the act of falling forever into something with actual gameplay. I particularly like how each individual section had different types of gameplay, so it didn't feel terribly stale throughout. It certainly helps that the level's only about 1.5 minutes long. It doesn't overstay its welcome, that's for sure, and I found myself using it as a palate cleanser on more than one occasion. I can see that. Yeah, the OST is just the amount of work that went into this compilation game is absurd, and it makes full sense why it took so long. All that said, while I enjoy this level and feel it accomplished what it set out to do, it has some hiccups in its execution. For one, the Count Bomb and the Sheep Block sections both feel way less interesting than either of the concrete platform parts. I get that the concept is temporary platforms, since those naturally give us a little ground time as possible, but the actual gameplay is pretty much just move a little and wait, repeat. It's not a whole lot going on. The music also doesn't loop, which can rear its ugly head when you're going for 100% in here.
Another music looping issue?
Most curiously, I think the level would have been improved by using actual death spikes. As it is now, it's so easy to clear this level, I think it might be harder to die,
Barring doing something like standing on the spikes,
than it is to complete the level without taking any damage. I suppose it helps the palate cleanser aspect, but if you're looking for a challenge, this is absolutely the wrong place for it. Otherwise, well, this isn't exactly a work of art. I enjoyed it regardless. Maybe it's some MAGMML3 judge nostalgia talking, but this is a level I've come back to more than once just to play it, and that alone means it did something right. It's like I said, it's like a Mega Man Maker level where you switch it on, you play through it, you have a little smile, you move on. So this is essentially objective Vane space, but with actual hazards. That said, this level leaves a lot to be desired. It's kind of a shame, since the stage where you're in a near constant state of free fall can work if the hazards you faced were more interesting or threatening than the ones found here. The only time I ever felt I was in danger during this level was when the concrete platforms showed up. Given how they were positioned, even then, however, they weren't exactly all that difficult to maneuver around. The low difficulty turned this into a pretty dull experience as a whole, which wasn't really helped by the severely lacking aesthetics. What aesthetics? They don't exist. As it stands, the only aesthetic element in this level are the obstacle graphics and the music. I think it goes without saying that this really could have used a background. Yeah. I understand that some backdrop patterns might run the risk of being too distracting in a level like this, but I think it could work if the background was simplistic enough. Like I said, the general idea behind this level is fine. There just needs to be a lot more to it in order for it to work out. But it was perfectly pleasant to play. Space. It's very, very, very vain. It took me a while to recognize the joke. Even outside of the reference, it was certainly a unique concept for a level. Just a vertical shaft of maneuvering across platforms and avoiding spikes and being crushed, while grabbing some tokens along the way. Short, but actually an oddly thrilling experience. Kind of an odd difficulty curve as it goes from hard to easy. The up-moving concrete land platforms have the tendency to crush the player against other platforms if not careful. Oh yeah, they do that, don't they? The time bombs require some combative timing with dodging the explosions. Meanwhile, the sheet man blocks, you have more than enough time to get yourself positioned to not fall into the spikes. At least the downgoing concrete man platforms fit appropriately as the final challenge. There isn't much in the way of design. All sections are isolated with one certain platform type associated. There could have been some interesting challenges if the platform types had been mixed around. Yeah. Aesthetics-wise, it's literally a void. I mean, I get it, it's a parody of Vain Space, but even that level had a background at least. Having the MAGMML3 bass boss music as the stage music is pretty funny, though as one could argue that the stage is the boss in itself in this situation. I don't know what's more surprising, that someone made a spiritual successor to MAGMML1's lowest ranked level, Operation Vain Space, or that it placed higher than 54 other levels in this contest. Not that I would classify this as a good level, mind you. Invisible collision objects, music that abruptly stops instead of looping, an abyss of nothingness for the graphics, a layout that never explicitly communicates that down is always the way to go, a purely incidental challenge factor resulting from symmetrically arranged gimmicks, and a series of blind falls. Now, these things make me proud. At the same time, the level refrains from doing anything that ruins whatever fun there is to be had. New gimmicks are introduced at a steady pace with sufficient time to hastily adapt to them, and each section is generally more difficult than the last. Checkpoints are perfectly placed, spikes don't kill you instantly, which minimizes the frustration of being blindsided. The length is thoroughly reasonable, whether or not this was on purpose. The level manages to tick some of the most important boxes for me in terms of design. Also, there's something marginally satisfying about triggering lots of gimmick platforms at once, overlooking the beginner trap that kicks off the section. The falling platforms over spikes are legitimately decent. The music, while it lasts, sets an appropriate frantic tone. I'm disappointed, though, that there's no reward for riding the first platform back up beyond the top of the starting screen. For a level whose purpose is to be pointless emptiness, I won't split hairs about the title because narcissistic stratosphere amuses me. I suppose this is as good as can be expected. Yeah, it's like for what it's going for, that's about the most you're getting. This is easy. If you're expecting a comic, no. Honestly, I can respect the hustle trying to make a stage out of a meme. It's almost on the verge of working. I think if this had any challenge... Wait, there's no scrolling at all. I think if this had any challenge or nuance whatsoever, it might even be replayable. Instead, it's forgettable, and I think that's worse than being dreadful. Let's see. I'm gonna go with patchy on this one. I don't get the zero functionality at that point. Everything functioned as it should. But I'm still taking off a couple of points for the music. It's like, come on, please loop your tracks properly. Please. Pretty please. Please. 33. Well, zero in functionality would probably say lack of challenge altogether, but I don't know. Red Mountain by Viral. Alright, let's go! Oh no! Oh no! 2 energy elements! Alright, let's go! This is another case where it's kind of hard to tell background from foreground. That tends to be a pretty common issue. Yeah, like this mess. It's like I can see the platform up there, but I can definitely see how it'd be a problem for a lot of people. The monkeys! But I don't have top spin! Oh no! Wait, what if the other melee weapon works really well? It does! I think we're gonna go for Thunder Beam on this one. Monkey! Okay, this one I can actually go. Caterpillar! Alright, so this is where we have the split path. How's this gonna split? You just choose either direction? Oh god, there's 2 of them. I see! Wait! Did it specifically disable Rush Jet? It specifically disabled Rush Jet and Magnet Beam! So we have to figure out...
Wait, but why, though? What? What? I'm just more confused than anything. You can just kind of walk through it even though it doesn't look like you're supposed to be able to because it looked exactly like the wall did before it exploded? What? Alright, sure. It's a little weird, but whatever.
It's supposed to be completely destroyed? Yeah!
That seems about right.
There's just a bit of a weird visual bug, that. Wonder what caused that? It is interesting seeing the Brightman totem enemies used in a place that probably make more sense. The conveyance between not semi-solid and actual semi-solid is a little bit weird, I must say. Oh, that's a pit there. Okay, okay. I didn't actually see that. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I'm doing. Is that a background object or a platform? I'm just gonna jump. There's definitely some visual issues with the tile set, I will say. The old ass Sonic games are so fine. Well, most of them. and 3 mostly. And Knuckles. I don't like the original that much. Is this just the case for the other NHE elements at the very end of the stage? Or is this just a token? Mean, 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 mean! Alright, let's go the other way now! Alright, back to the mini-boss! It is a funny sight seeing when you're like more comfortable with the level, how much faster you can go. Yeah, it still didn't destroy properly. Weird. Maybe it's a tornado blow problem. Oh, and suddenly MAGMML3 with Trollman aesthetic as well. So we have another case of making 2 levels instead of one level. At least the split path was, you know... Actually, you know... It just keeps happening, doesn't it? It keeps happening, chat. Okay, it's actually kind of hard to see Cannabelli shots over this background, I must say. The aesthetic's definitely a little rough in this level, a little bit. Play's fine, though. Alright, they've been properly labeling their other death pits, I think. I'd have to go back and double check, but it makes it a little bit more clear that this is actually somewhere you can go. I don't know if I want to try Rush Spike on lava. I get the feeling it might not work. Spike, sure. Lava, not sure. Damn. That's a tricky little jump. I could probably use Ice Wall. Hear some loud noises. Snipe the monkey! Snipe him! Do I dare try? Oh, actually, first let me see. I'll use it over in the other spot. Okay, like duly noted, it doesn't kill this particular type of force slime. Ice Wall, quickly, go! Oh, I didn't even see that one. Alright, we got the token. Moving on. Oops. Okay, that one was just me being stupid. I mean, it's less just the hammers getting a penalty and more just a general penalty for stuff that's a little bit visually unclear would be the best way of putting it. Because there was issues in the other section for similar reasons, where the background of the platforms were very similar colors. That's fine, it did cross that pit, what the heck? That's not allowed! The enemy usage is good, that's the big thing. Like the actual enemy types chosen and where they're positioned, good! And hey, I don't think we've seen a single net. Oh, well, actually, there might have been a couple of nets. But no Sniper Joes! Oh, hey, it's the Tomahawk Man Sunset. Are we getting the entire 3-stage boss fight on this one? Oh, this is kind of obnoxious. But thankfully, the hammers don't block your shots, so it's fine. It just makes it a little bit harder to land hits on the actual elements. Okay, I'm just gonna use Tornado Blow. That's enough of this! This is definitely a peculiar one to try to figure out some sort of haphazard judgment on, I must say. It's got a good mixture of things, and it's not bad by any means, it's just got problems here and there. Which are, you know, the kind of levels I like. I still gonna lose some points, though, for just having a split path for the sake of a split path. Should have just focused on the, like, volcanic section down bottom, if anything. Gives it a little bit of a second half twist after doing the mini-boss, and actually has a boss fight at the end of that one. It's the more focused of the two areas, at least. It would have been nice to have some more time spent, you know, polishing that. But as it stands, I'll give it one of these. The creativity. It did have a lot of good uses of the actual enemies and setups. Hey, it's a volcanic stage, a little bit different. I'll give it some good points for creativity on that one. Fun-wise, yeah, I had a good time. Function, there's definitely some big issues with conveyance. I know there's such problems here. So, it was alright. Aesthetics, this is where it's gonna take a bit of a hit because there was too many issues with it being very difficult to see things. So while it was a nice custom tile set, it really needed to be used a bit better. Alright, so we have here 15, 23, 54, and then 42. Not bad, not bad. Alright, so this is a fine level, but it has some very specific problems mixed into a handful of good ideas. The main one is a bit of a usual sour spot for these kinds of levels. The split path serves no real purpose other than padding out the level. And making it so both paths feel less refined than they could have been. The volcanic section is the stronger of the two. The second main issue comes from the aesthetics. While the tile set looks fine, it has some severe issues with conveyance, such as which platforms are semi-solid versus solid, and a lot of problems with enemies and platforms disappearing into the background. This was common with the stone platforms in the upper mountain section, and the darker enemies and their projectiles in the volcanic section. This would be frustrating for a good number of players. The take on the Mecha Shark fight is interesting, but leads to two phases of easy cheese and one phase of intense tedium because of the hammer. But hey, I respect the decision, go with it, to really put the Eggman spin on the level you were going for. Not too bad at all. So Eggman decided to take a break from Wily to challenge Eggman. I can see the idea. The majority of the reskins here work reasonably well, and not just in the graphical sense. Springer provided a surprisingly effective obstacle alongside Fire Totem and Totem Pollens. They actually get to use their jumping function. Similarly, the fire bars were surprisingly entertaining throughout, and the only reskin who was routinely just there was returning Monk King. The non-reskin enemies were a non-presence. Time catch vanishes entirely on the level's second route, but the real biggest issue is the hammers. I appreciate that they don't block shots for a change. Yes, that is actually very nice. I don't appreciate the terrible contrast against dark backgrounds. There's the problem. You have no idea what people got the idea of Sonic for this level? There's literally Eggman symbols on those hammers. And on the Mecha Shark, so it's just Eggman's symbol is actually physically in the level. I don't appreciate the terrible contrast against dark backgrounds. Speaking of visual clarity, the pass-through and the level look like regular solids. That got confusing, to say the least. The level also split into two paths, which is a bit of a mixed bag. The downwards path is great, with some of the most creative sections, plus some music change for variety's sake. The only real weakness there is the complicated and interesting setup. Fire Totem plus Springer plus Totem Pollum plus Firebar shows up earlier than ideal, and beyond that, the area is just kind of there. The rightmost path has a new element with J-Mancy pipes, but there's only one significant challenge with the hammer spring, which is easily bypassed. Everything else is easy. For that matter, there's a lot of this level that can be bypassed with weapons. Some of it feels clever, and it's a boon with multiple elements, but the ability to skip most everything can get kinda dull. The other big issue with the J-Massey Pass, or Javassi, I don't know. It also doesn't have a boss, which is a massive anticlimax considering the other round uses an Eggman-style Mega Mech Shark. Considering the Eggman Shark actually uses other pieces of the level to twist the fight, he's a surprisingly interesting fight, which really just makes the other round's lack of an M-boss more jarring. There's also a twin Stonehead mid-boss who is rather rough to fight, considering it's a dull dev kit boss. I surprisingly don't hate the fight, but it can be a rough time trying to dodge everything. Yeah, nah, screw that shit, I'm just a tornado blow. This is a rather tricky level to pin down, right? On one hand, it's pretty clear there was effort put into it, given how you're expected to approach some of the platform segments. Despite that, it doesn't always translate to it being good. The main culprits here are the springs and the swinging hammer segments. Involving these either lean towards being very forgiving to somewhat frustrating given how much stuff can actively get in your way. Sometimes it's as simple as luring an enemy away to give you a clear path to launch off the spring, while other times you'll have to hit an enemy on springs while contending with other hazards that may or may not sync up well with things. Mainly the fire pillars in the underground segment. The one moment that sticks out to me the most was one of the final jumps during the above ground path, involving a large gap, a swinging hammer above, and a fire pillar on the other side. It's certainly doable, but it definitely strikes me as an overly punishing setup, especially when we consider the lack of checkpoints in this level. Enemy placer is also a mixed bag. Sometimes they synergize well with the room layout and other gimmicks, but other times they're placed in a way that poses next to no threat. Totem Pawns and returning Monk Kings are the biggest offenders, often having no middle ground with their challenges. Either play off their surroundings well, or they're incredibly easy to dispatch from a distance. Aside from the platforming, and a few other moments, such as the Stonehead fight with two rows of boulders, along with the Mega Mech Shark battle, the only other thing that stood out to me in this stage was the visuals. They're odd, given the use of multiple different looking ground tiles that you can walk and jump through. It's a bit of the messy side, to the point where I found myself enjoying the underground path a bit more, thanks to the lack of background details clashing with the terrain. Yeah. Overall, while I can see some potential with the platforming here, it definitely needs some more polish. Yeah, that seems about right. Red Mountain Zone, Act 1! The thing that's definitely standing out right away is the aesthetics. Judging from some of the Eggman robot-like reskins, I'm guessing this stage is supposed to be a Sonic reference of sort. There's a lot of mixing and matching with the tile sets, such that it can be hard to tell where floors are at times. Some tiles can also be inconsistent, like the floor in the lava section sometimes being top solid and sometimes purely solid. The Spike Hammer reskin seems to have the wrong offset, which makes an otherwise default engine asset bounce weirdly as the anchor keeps changing place. The mini-boss room could have been handled better in terms of letting the player choose their path after said mini-boss is defeated. Oftentimes I fall to the lava section when not meaning to, because that's usually the place the player would stand fighting the hectic double rock boss. Sometimes it's hard to tell where to go. As well, the lava section is a split path where it looks like down would be the way to progress, and left is the token path. It also makes sense, right? As right or bottom tend to be commonly the way forward, but here it's the opposite. Moreover, in the mountain section, one of the holes on the walls looks like it may be leading to a secret, but it's the actual way to progress. The screen with the M-Tank doesn't look like you can exit from the left. The sign pointing to the right near the M-Tank doesn't help clarify either. There was one jump with the spring and the spike hammer that gave me a lot of trouble. It's way too precise for one thing. You don't get a lot of control of the bounce when you're on the swing, which leaves you vulnerable. The timing the bounce to get past the hammer swinging is also being difficult. Worst part is there are bottomless pits around the tiny spring platform, and if you fall off here, you get sent back pretty far. Pretty far back. Oi. Our exchange is done here with the shark ship boss. The springs really help with accelerating the fight since they let you reach the weak spots easier. Though the middle section seems to be aiming for the opposite effect, as the spike hammer there is only meant to get in the way and be annoying. The other path has no boss, even though there's a checkpoint before the final room. Don't get too hasty to grab the element though, as there's a hidden screen transition nearby that leads into a token. Seriously? That'd have to be the worst way to hide a token, considering the player would have to go through the entire stage again if they happen to miss the spot. Yeah! Also, I noticed Patchy and I have something in common in our reviews. We both don't really know what the enemy names are. I've heard plenty of the enemy names throughout the series for Mega Man, but I don't memorize them.
Nor have any desire to. I just say what the enemy looks like, or what its function is. I know the basics, I know mechs and Joes and shield attackers, but when you get into the more specifics, nah man, I don't know what a returning Monk King is, I just know there's a monkey. And there's 2 of them!
The secret to a good referential level is capturing the feel of the source material. You've got monkeys, hammers, and lava, but you also need, at the very least, more appropriate music and a sense of speed if you're going to channel Sonic Adventure. It took me entirely too long to realize that the boss of Red Mountain wasn't going to be Dagoth. What? Setting aside the theming, the level still falls short in several areas. Graphically, there's no unifying style. The custom sprites clash with each other, and they don't really look like Mega Man or Sonic. It seems like the tiles were selected because they're all mountainy, not because they fit nicely together. Top solid platforms are the main problem. The screens with fewer layers look pretty decent. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the lower section, since it doesn't have the busy background, actually looks better. Even with the arrow signs in the background, the level layout is confusing. Unexpected directional shifts do not work well with solid screen edges. And bottomless pits that look like they might be transitions. Rush Coil easily disrupts the intended flow of several screens, which also makes the choice of locked weapons a bit dubious. Inconsistent object collision adds more confusion. It's unnerving to discover that certain background pillars are secretly ladders, for example. It's hard to achieve a good challenge progression with a jumbled level flow, but there are standalone moments of gaming goodness. I'm so glad to see Totem Poland's jumping ability put to good use. I like the simple, effective twist on the familiar mini-boss fight, which ended up being my favorite part of the level. It's gratifying to be rewarded for poking around beyond suspiciously sudden ending screens. The best parts of the level are the simplest ones. I think a crossover might have been too ambitious when so many of the basics need polish, but I recognize the effort that went into trying it anyhow. Okay, I've never played an Elder Scrolls game. They are the antithesis of the type of thing I would want to play, so... This is unfortunately a stage where almost everything went wrong. The stage has an overabundance of enemies at just about every point, an over-reliance on death pits, and way too few checkpoints to counteract that. It would take too long to point out everything, but there were some noteworthy issues. There were too many enemies, many of whom had a lot of health, so it took ages getting from screen to screen. I do agree with the too many enemies. There was quite a lot of them in certain places, especially the underground, where everything just kind of overlapped each other. There's a lot of waiting with timing challenges that result in death if you fail them. You can always count on Ace-Pack to point out the waiting. The mini-boss was abysmal. It was a very difficult fight at the end of a very long level section. It was unavoidable with certain spawn locations. It can also drop you into the pit as it dies, locking you out of the upper route. Yes, I fully agree with that one. I didn't like the mini-boss at all. 2 of those guys at the same time is a bit much. The music was not Sonic related, which I would have expected with the obvious references. It just felt lazy. The transition to the second zone was awful. You had the original music play for a couple of seconds, dropping down the pit before entering the lava zone and changing. Whenever you died, you got to hear the awkward music change, which happened a lot. I think Ace might have been in a bad mood when playing this particular level. The tile set was poor, with many instances where it was difficult to tell what was solid floor and what dropped you into a pit. That's true. There were many enemies camouflaged in the background, for instance, the hammers in the lava zone. Also true. There was no boss on one route, despite the checkpoint, and the other was a boring boss made simpler than the original in 2 forms, and obnoxious in an obnoxious second form. So, it's also true, these are all very good points. There were only 2 checkpoints, the level was long, and given all the above, was overly punishing. In order to keep the review concise, it looks like we've had to resort to bullet points, which is never a good sign. I think I'm gonna go with Shinryu, but I do agree with Spark on most of those. Oh, I want to buy that toilet ball. The other dolls are creepy. Too many eyes, too much depth perception. Hang on a second, I gotta talk to... Top Man! Top Man, where'd your top go? Top Man, no! What happened to you? What did they do to you? Did the kids get at you? Is anyone listening? I don't think that I'm supposed to be generating tops like this. What's happening? Help! Top Man, no! The hero as remixed by Lord Remix with a capital I and a capital X. I mean, a capital M and a capital X, just because. So, I guess they took the extra capitals for their name that should have been put into the level title, huh?
Oh, just kidding. Never me.
Oh, that's not good. Well, we had a good streak of not having any skip teleportals, so surely it's not that bad, right? Right? Where's the map? Where's the... Wait, where's the map? Where's the map? Where's the map?
Oh no, Pyro! Oh god! Alright, well, at least it's only one element, one token, I guess, but still, it's gonna be a huge mess of catastrophes, isn't it? Oh, tornado blow.
This sure is the stage that really wants me to use my weapons a lot. That's a little fast. Progressively smaller jumps
Through various blades and thin platforms. What I play, Cotton Alley from Super Meat Boy?
It's a miracle that when it's trying to crash at the release build yet.
Oh god.
What if I just... Oh, okay, I can't go through these. Jesus, that's fast! That explains
A lot! That's why it's so fast! Alright!
Let me guess, the token's gonna require me to not do this as Mega Man X, despite the fact that this is very obviously designed for Mega Man X. It's not a forced player change. You see how many objects are in place to allow you to play it as not X, right? Like, it's designed to be doable as both characters, which, you know, that's neat. It's quaint. It's an idea. It's clear this section was tested a lot more with just Mega Man X, though. Look how much of a difference that makes now that I can actually move faster.
Oh yeah, the noise sound effects carried over. I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, I could've just used Rush Bike.
Sorry, I often forget that Rush Bike exists.
And considering my entire usage of Rush Bike in the Vanilla series is exactly one bolt in
Clown Man stage.
Okay, the wall climbing's actually getting in the way here. Oh, hey! The fact that the dash jumps off the wall actually worked like they're supposed to, though. I will say, surprisingly confident porting job of X. Okay.
Who broke everything?
Me! Okay. Commentary? Nah, I'm good. Is the music louder now or something? It feels like it got slightly louder, but it might just be because we were in complete silence a moment ago.
Oh boy, we're getting real big jumps now, huh?
Yum, yum, yum. Oh hey, it's a much slower version of Neon Tiger. I'm okay with that. Oh, he's getting mad! It's a Neon Tiger that also doesn't just constantly block your shots, which I also appreciate. Yeah, there was so much potential for this to be lousy, but it's actually quite darn pleasant.
Oh, would you look at that? There's such a recipe for this to be bad, but it's actually okay. Go fig. Okay, yeah, something happened to the music volume balance in this stage. Why did the noise victory theme play so quiet this time? What? The stage broke the music engine! It did it again! That victory music was like a quarter of the volume it normally is.
One thing I'm curious about, though. Couple of things. Throughout development, this level was very prone to crashing. Many issues have been fixed, but we've opted to make this level skippable, as it may still be unstable.
I can understand, there's a lot of ambition here.
Wait a minute, why are the up triggers on these guys backwards? I talked to the little guy by being in front of the big guy, and I talked to the big guy by being
By the little guy.
I guess it depends on which way I'm facing. Alright, never mind. Out of sheer curiosity, what's down here?
Absolutely. Oh, it's an infinite energy farm in case you don't manage to get up there. Understood.
Are these set up to drop, like, big weapon energy pretty often? No? Just a coincidence? Okay, yeah, it's just there to help you get energy if you mess things up. If you go for an X-less run.
But I mean, this stage is designed for X, so we played it as X.
Yeah, this gives the failsafe. You know? I'm gonna talk a bit for it being a Mega Man X level, like, very blatantly.
But it was good. It has some ideas.
And it's neat that it actually is set up to be playable by regular Mega Man if you so choose. Alright, I'm honestly giving it a few extra points in design because it's specifically set up to be playable by both characters. Like, that is genuinely neat. Creativity, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of creative setups in the end. It was mostly just big dash jumps and wall climbs and whatnot, just messing with the functionality of Mega Man X. Most of the creativity came from ways of incorporating Mega Man into it instead. Fun. I mean, yeah, I had a good time. Function, okay. We're not giving it a very good function score. Out of respect for all the people that had to fix the crashing issues. But hey, we'll give it 2 for ambition. I forgot to update before today's done, so I'm still on like 1.1 or something. I need to update to the latest version. I'll remember to do it for next time. Aesthetics, they were very plain. Very plain overall. Not bad, just plain. Hey, it was a, you know, that was a pleasant boss fight, I will say. Alright, let's see. Got 2, 4, 36, 43. Yeah, that's just on me. People mentioned the updates yesterday and I forgot to grab it. I respect the ambition for taking the time to try and code a fully functional Mega Man X into this engine. But, you know, it does kind of hit a bit of a problem right out of the gate. It is making good Mega Man level, just Mega Man, not X. That said, level actually has a lot in place to allow regular old Mega Man to finish it with utilities, which is genuinely pretty cool. Definitely could have done a lot more with actual, like, obstacles and stuff, since it is mostly just, like, wall climbs, big dash jumps. The most notable bit was the sections, actually were the sections, where drills chase you. It was something different, you know? The boss fight had all the potential in the world to be awful, especially with choosing Neon Tiger, but it ended up being actually very good. He was suitably slowed down to be less aggravating than his SNES counterpart, and did not seem to block shots, which is much appreciated. Even had a couple of new moves to spice things up. If these were from the Extreme games, well, I never played those. Neat level, just feels out of place. Yeah, there we go. We actually had ourselves, like, an ambitious stage that didn't overdo it.
Which is honestly appreciated.
Alright, let's see. But my god. So making Mega Man X level to a classic design contest, that's a bold move, but doesn't pay off! I got a button for this. Well, on the good side, this feels like a good recreation of X's abilities. I haven't played that much X, but this feels like how I'd expect him to play. I also had to give credit for balancing 2 playable characters effectively. Not many designers can pull off a level where neither character has an extreme advantage. Yeah, you get way more weapons as Mega Man, so you mess around like that. But the wall climbs and whatnot are a lot more problematic, and you basically have to use Rush Bike to get to that second drill. Unfortunately, that success is achieved through bare-bones level design. Yeah, that's the issue. After the level introduces X's abilities, it doesn't really go anywhere. With the amount of dash, jump, or obstacle that the level throws at you, it ends up very repetitive. It tries to break things up with the turbo rotors, but that also gets repetitive fast. The drill machines and the boss are an exception, for better or for worse. Neon Tiger's a good exception in that he's both fair and easily the most entertaining part of the level. The drill machines are a bit less so. It's not fun to run into an enemy, end up behind the drills, and then have to kill myself because I'm stuck.
Oh, that's bad.
Either way, while the level's got some technical marvel, the experience is rather dull if I wanted to play Mega Man. If I wanted to play Mega Man X, I'd load up my copy of X Collection and not judge a Mega Man Classic contest.
Yeah, Mick's got pretty much what I'm looking for there.
It's a pretty solid core mechanic here. Unfortunately, that's all this level really has going for it. The main draw of being able to play as X is pretty neat, and he actually controls fairly well. His dash jumping feels a bit off, but other than that, it's a relatively good conversion of his control style into the classic format. With that in mind, it really hurts that the actual level structure doesn't amount to much. The enemy placement and layouts are all pretty basic, and in some cases are repeated multiple times. The Gariobi and Turbo Rotor sections are the prime example of this. It feels more like a small showcase of the differences between X and Mega Man's playstyles, rather than a full-fledged level. Honestly, it would have been far better if you were forced to swap between the two throughout the level. Since X can't use weapons, the Switch could have offered some unique challenges to make things a whole lot more interesting.
That is true, that's not a bad idea.
I will say, though, the Neon Tiger fight at the end is actually pretty fun. Yeah. It's a lot better than his fight in X3, and that's for sure. That's also true.
Like, I hate his fight in X3. I almost never want to buster him because he just blocks half your damn shots.
The only thing I don't like about him is the attack where he teleports beneath you, since the sound cue for it's pretty quiet, and gets easily drowned out by the music. Other than that, it's a relatively solid fight. I just wish the rest of the stage was up to par with it. Yeah, it's one of those things. This level was made by somebody who clearly knows something about programming, even if it was a mess and caused a bunch of crashes.
The levels were a showcase of what they can do in terms of coding, than level design. Because the highlights were the X mechanics and the boss.
Mystery Ally, challenges from the future, question mark. It seems like the stage wants to give the player a choice of whether to play as X or Mega Man, but with so many instances of the stage where it's obviously made with X's mobility in mind, it feels like the decision was an afterthought, or perhaps it's to pad out the playtime since the stage is on the shorter side. Either way, there's a definite imbalance between the two characters that the stage doesn't really provide the effort to compensate for. And you need X to get the token, so there is that. It's a good thing we played as X. I thought it was going to be a case where you needed to play as Mega Man to get the token, but it was actually the total opposite. Outside of the extra character, while the custom stuff is neat and rather well coded, the stage itself isn't too remarkable otherwise. Lots of bland and repeated structures make the entry more like a proof of concept than a real level, yes. There are also no checkpoints before the chase sequence. Needless to say, that could get a bit annoying for the player, yeah. Despite the rough parts about the stage itself, the boss is actually quite fine. Both characters can take it on without much trouble. Though the patterns are simple, the fight is still pretty fun, yeah. Technically, the contest rules allow for a level with the core gameplay of Mega Man Extreme. Whether that's in the spirit of the contest, even for a crossover level, is debatable. Still, the level made the cut, so I'ma judge it. I'ma judge it! Here we go! So, as a Mega Man Extreme level, how's it there? Well, there's an emphasis on using the new and well-programmed dash and wall jump abilities, which is good. Most challenges are repetitive, e.g. the motor rotor tower to climb, which is bad. A few spots, particularly in the bat shaft and the second drill chase, can turn disastrous if you don't get the timing exactly right. The token is hidden well, but the comic relief disrupts the atmosphere, and camera shifting feels impressively authentic.
Showtime!
There's nothing with the Twitch Prime for 30 months. Tier 5, still questionable. I mean, it's been a lot better than Tier 4. Like, way better.
It's a significant jump. I am having a good time.
The soundtrack fits, and it alternates between soothing and grating. Graphics are decent, though some blank background areas are clearly visible from transitioning into the drill section. I would have programmed the weapon capsules to disappear if you choose to transform. Seeing as X can't use them, well, unless the player exploits a major oversight at the start, the level wait, what oversight? The level overall is unremarkable, yet adequately reminiscent of the source material, and the boss fight is fun! But as a classic Mega Man level, how does it fare? Without X's abilities, the challenges completely fall apart. Special efforts make the level beatable at the expense of eliminating any real difficulty or meaning. Vertical shafts seem interminable, and the horizontal stretches are a slog. Despite several safeguards, it's very possible to run out of weapon energy at the horribly inappropriate times. It feels like a level that just isn't designed for this contest. I will say the alternate boss intro is clever. Oh, hey, some more changes like that would make the optional classic experience feel less like it's only there to guarantee the level wouldn't get excluded. Yeah, I might have to go fix the noise real quick. Here's the thing. I'm a Mega Man X fan. I love the gameplay of the X series, and introducing X is playable. It's novel, it's technically impressive, so why is this so boring? The level design pays homage to the worst aspects of Mega Man X3. It's all short corridors and wall climbing. Other than the chase sequence, the level just doesn't do anything. The odd wall climb, dash over the same spike pit or Gabirobi, or shoot the same enemy in the exact same setup several times. Even the chase sequence doesn't spice things up, as there's no sense of urgency or danger. Just two corridors with the spiky thing slowly chasing you. And if you aren't playing as X, it's just, here, use some obviously telegraphed weapons. Which, given the repetitiveness whilst playing as X, means you're using weapons for the same task ad nauseum. I also wasn't a terribly big fan of the look of this stage. It's a mixed bag of tile sets. Your NPCs are using the default sprite, and the first tile set lazily has zero animation to it, despite the original Sparkman having some. The music was a nice set of remixes, though, I'll give you that. Aside from how impressive it is from a technical standpoint, another positive aspect to the stage is Hologram Neon Tiger. He's a pretty good boss, probably better than the original. He telegraphs his attacks well, has some actual variety to him, isn't too hard or too easy. It's all good. That said, one good boss does not a good level make. It certainly helps, though. Yet a neat concept here. Do something with it. This felt more like a tech demo than a stage, and I think it's kind of skirting the rules of the contest, you know? The one where we ask for a Mega Man level, not a Mega Man X level, so while it technically isn't against the rules, it does feel against the spirit of them. Yeah, that's the issue. Alright, let's go fix the noise real quick. I think I'm actually gonna switch back to roll. It's like, I miss roll.
I wanna take you for a ride. 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 I wanna take you for a ride.
Okay, enough. Alright, guys. Tower of Dimensions. What? That's not how you spell dimensions. Superstar Dream. Dimensions. Yes. 5 tokens again. Let's go. The fact that these are noticeably faded does at least make this one less ridiculous. Oh, what is this music from? I swear I've heard it before.
This level is extremely long! Oh, good! Fantastic! Another one! Milk credits! Temporal Tower!
Okay, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, that makes sense. Goddamn, speaking of games that have soundtracks that are way too good for what they're in. Christ! I've never actually played the Mystery Dungeon games, but they have
Extremely good music!
I've actually watched a playthrough of Explorers of Sky, and I definitely get the hype. The gameplay doesn't look that super interesting, but I mean, everything surrounding it looks pretty neat. Hey guys, I think I might understand the Temporal Tower music selection. We sure are dealing with the tower and bombs that count on the downside. I believe this is what we refer to as on point. Do those respawn? They do, alright. Alright, a quick little section to introduce the higher gravity. Crazy concept, right? Actually properly labeling the gravity shifts. Nope, was that the music loop? Wait a minute, those are fake. I've seen these blocks before, they were introduced. Oh, now we're getting a little weird with it, alright. Hey, no problem. Yeah, those old videos have been helping a lot of people through the old Mega Man games, which makes me happy. It's just something I threw together much longer ago at this point. Put some effort into trying to give people some strategies to work with, and apparently they still work to this day. Nice. Yeah. My friend Mike, who does like 8-bit deathmatch stuff, mentioned how
It was pretty much just Romanized videos that the team would often bring up when doing 8-bit deathmatch gem work. And it's just like, oh man, It feels...
It gets me in the feels, dang it!
Okay, yeah, there's a very clearly, obviously weird tiling going on up here.
And it even gives you a glance of the token beforehand. Now that's how you do one of those weird tiling explorations. Wait, how am I? Oh, right. Low gravity. Ah, crap, the enemies that don't do anything! They're actually doing something! They're attempting to block my shots!
Oh no, now they're blocking me!
No! Alright, we'll call it a draw. We progress deeper into the tower. Today's gimmick, upside down! Now that said, we are having a usual case of we're just using a different gimmick every single section instead of combining any of them. So hopefully if there's one more section of this, it just takes the gimmicks we've had and starts throwing them together. Oh! I got smacked in the face by a giant spike and it felt bad.
Alright. Okay, it's just damage spikes. It's just damage spikes. That is shockingly merciful.
Yeah, we're getting some combinations of the gravity gimmicks now. Cool. That's what I asked for. It's what I wanted. It's what I got. Oh, hey, it's this exact jump again. Oh, jeez. It's that exact jump, except now upside down with the respawning enemy? Question mark?
That doesn't seem great.
But I guess they do spawn in a set pattern, so I can just kind of wait it out. Whew, made it. I'm definitely dying to whatever mini-boss this is. Wait a minute, that's not the correct pattern! It's firing too soon! Not that that's an issue. It's kind of nice that it goes faster. Alright, here we go! This is exactly what I asked for! Throwing them all together! There's something over there. Ah, I see! I hope
No, not again! Not again! Come on, this means been done to death!
Oh, this is gonna be problematic. I think I'll just stick to the lower route, thanks! Pippies are more problematic if they're left alone. Oops. Wait. Oh, there's just a ladder tile missing here entirely.
Fast! Faster! Fastest! Whoa!
Alright, that one got me. But hey, there's a checkpoint right there. I feel like the trigger on that one's a little bit early. Two speeds! Fast and way too fast! I must say, it's interesting seeing the countdown bombs from that one Dr. Wily fight being used as a standard enemy. What up, default man? Once upon a time, a noob attempted to code a boss. He was so dumb that everyone died.
Oh no!
We learned what to do to
Tri-Castle thanks to that one stage!
This is the last token on the level. Did you get the one on the second floor? I did, thanks to the compass. Big boss door!
Oh jeez! Alright! Gravity Man in the void!
All those respawn. Okay. Hey, something. Wait, are they multiplying? They're multiplying! I noticed that the drip's getting more consistent, so you really need to make sure to clean them out every now and then. Because look how many times the one on the left is shooting!
There's nothing in place to stop them from spawning in more if you haven't destroyed one. I can see how that could possibly cause a crash if you waited around for a very long time.
Yeah, they're not respawning, they're spawning in new ones.
Okay, that one's pretty cute. I like the dopey face.
That wasn't too bad. It was definitely too long, as was self-acknowledged at the start. But I mean, like, it did exactly what I wanted it to. It just needed to build up a little bit faster. I'm gonna give it a little bit of extra brownie points for actually building on its gimmicks. Creativity, I mean, they really started to mix them together in nice ways towards the end. Though, I'm gonna have to limit that a little bit because I'm just using the Ferroman tile set the entire time. Hey, it did do something with the Gravity Man boss, even if it was a little bit glitchy. Like, there were ideas here with the mini-bosses to make them more interesting. fun. I mean, I had a good time. I generally had a good time with this one. I'm gonna give it some pretty good points. Function, it does have some issues there. Aesthetics, well, it's just Pharaoh Man's tile set with not a whole lot else going on. They didn't even use very many of the background details from the stage. Let's see what we got. 49, not bad. We almost have a passing grade. Level was too long, just as acknowledged. I suspect, with more time, you may have been willing to trim it down a bit and have things escalate a little more quickly. So to knock down the overall time commitment by about, oh, say, 30 to 40%? Either way, I have seen plenty worse. This level gets some extra points from me for actually building on its individual gimmicks and combining them together. The level does have a proper difficulty curve. Mostly. The introductory sections for each gimmick can vary. Like the count bombs can get a little intense here and there. Heck, I especially like that the fake walls were easily seen via translucency and were introduced in a way the player should see before anything lethal gets involved. Checkpointing was good. Tokens outside of the first one were well placed and did not always need the compass, like so many others. I like this. Definitely some potential. But certainly needed prettying up and some visual variety. As just Pharaoh Man's interior bricks with not a lot of background detail does get quite monotonous. Nice quirk with Gravity Man there. But the enemies keep spawning after he is dead. So I imagine if you stood there long enough, the engine might not appreciate it. Unless some kind of safeguard was put in place. That I do not know about. There we go. Fairly lengthy write-up on that one, but I liked it. First of all, a message to future MAGMML contestants. Do not under any circumstances suggest to the judge that you think your level should be skippable, especially not when the level's just starting. It's understandable to not be very confident, especially when it's your first time, but all you're doing is giving the panel the expectation that your level is bad before they've even played it. Yes!
This has happened so many times.
That automatically gives the level a negative bias, and it's an excellent way to shoot yourself in the foot. I guarantee that this level lost points entirely because it started as off expecting it to suck. Hence, I could even be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Whatever the case may be, don't do it, period. As for the level itself, being long isn't a problem so long as the experience is still exciting. Unfortunately, Tower of Dimensions swings headlong into the boring side. The count bomb sections are pretty much full distance jump to the next bomb. with a few instances blowing up shorter ones while waiting on longer ones. Gravity sections rely mostly on fake floors and full distance jumps, which happen to be some of the various fake floors I've seen in a while. Even combined, the challenges don't really change, and they make up the bulk of this behemoth. Combine that with boring aesthetics, I wish the torch is animated, and sparse enemy encounters, and the end result tends to drag. The boss fights and the hovers can be a bit more interesting, but Whopper and Tri-Castle are still boring. And the final hover section is too literal in a difficulty spike. Either way, this place doesn't do enough for its length, and the whole experience is lackluster. It could be worse, for sure. The only reason a skip might be considered is the fact that the level specifically feared it would be. Still, it could also be a lot better in a way. In a way, this plane is entirely too safe. Don't be afraid to do weird stuff. Yeah. Pretty good summary. Before I get into the review proper, I'd like to address that text box at the start. You essentially flat out admitted that your level has a problem that might make it worthy of a skip teleporter. As far as initial impressions go, yeah, that one really didn't inspire a lot of hope at first. While I agree that this level's length is indeed an issue, I think it plays into an even bigger one here. The stage is just flat out boring. It's kind of a shame since there's few glimmers of decent design in here. There's proper introductions to most of the gimmicks, and some of the platforming challenges are alright, but after a while they really start to blur together. I think this is mainly due to how certain parts are repeated, but with one or two changes tacked onto them, like reverse gravity, etc. It's not enough to make them stand out on their own, though. The only part that was really stuck out in my mind was the repeated hover platform segment near the end, and that's only due to how frustrating it was. I'm gonna feel fairly relieved that I finished that I got through that section on the first try. Because it's sounding like the judges did not have a similar experience. The only other noteworthy thing I can think of to mention are the aesthetics, which I believe are also partly to blame for the level's bland nature. Pharaoh Man's brickwork isn't exactly the most exciting thing to stare at, especially for a 7+ minute stage. Giving each of the 4 segments their own look would have at least made them a bit more distinct. It wouldn't really salvage the level as a whole, but it is a lot, at least would have made it more memorable as far as visuals go. Yeah, the big one here is there needed to be a lot of trimming down and kind of picking up the pace of the level, because it drags. The music fits for something that drags, but it drags. It introduces its gimmicks, but it introduces them for like an entire tower each. Which is a lot. Skyscraper of amplitude. Might want to get some proofreading going on here. Dimensions, yoink! Message at the start makes me think that the level's going to be tediously long, but honestly, the level length seems completely reasonable. The stage has a proper graduation of its gimmick usage, each of them having a dedicated trial assigned to them as the player progresses through the level. I like the usage of the gravity changers and flippers combined towards the end, though some of the challenges can feel repetitive, particularly all the one-tile jumps you had to make whenever the gravity's at 2x, and shooting at the alarm clock enemies until they go off screen, which are very trivial. Wait, did my brain autocorrect? Oh my god, yeah, it does say skyscraper of amplitude. The brain just auto-corrected the typos. They're intentional, mind you, to make fun of dimensions, but still. So there is a softlock situation with the upside-down gravity flipper and 2x gravity changer with the spin cutters. If you go back after walking through those line toggles, you can get stuck should you run out of Magnum Beam at any point. Oopsies! The stage feels a bit dull, aesthetic-wise. Unchanging Pharaoh Man tiles throughout, along with the repetitive nature of the challenges, doesn't exactly help with the case here. The fake blocks can use a little more differentiation than just being slightly more dark-looking, and the gravity background seems a bit misaligned from where the actual gravity-changing objects are located. I noticed that a couple of times, yeah. Behind the comically large boss gate is predictably Gravity Man, with his infinite bargain sale supply of droplet droppers. I do appreciate little twists like that to change up the otherwise vanilla fight a bit, but the droppers that don't pose enough threat on their own to really spice it up. Yeah, you can mostly just hang around the middle and you'll pretty much be fine. If your level begins with a sign telling the dev team where to put a skip teleporter, then you need to rethink your level. So let's reimagine This is a level nobody would consider skipping. First, let's fix the distracting typo, Tower of Dimensions! It's a minor thing, but it speaks to overall polish, it's true. But it speaks... Okay. The second, we'll bring the level from 100 screens to a more manageable 30 to 40 by condensing challenges and removing extraneous assets. Press, spin cutter, invincible blocks, every Joe, etc. We'll play our challenge progression around what's left, making sure nothing ever stagnates or gets easier. Gravity seems to be the main gimmick, so let's introduce that right away. Several bomb and fake block screens can be salvaged. The hover sections are great if we switch the order and introduce Pippies beforehand. The first token is delightfully sneaky, the others just need a little polish.
I mean, it is just going left at the start, and it's one of those things where since you're introduced to the fake blocks of the stage, you'll know to boot up the level again and just go left. Just, you know, it's right there. So I guess I can agree with that. Big Snaky plus Rounder is clever, so let's keep that and renovate this so there's more room to maneuver. The Tutankhamun can stay if we strategically place some spikes and add a about to respawn animation for the bombs, which we've applied globally to respawning objects, along with a respawn limit, so the game doesn't break. Gravity Man is So the game doesn't break. So there probably was an issue with the droplet droppers.
Gravity Man is good. He just needs a wall to keep him from jumping off screen. Next, aesthetics. The music is in a perfect fit. The graphics need some attention. 2 styles of fake block are fine if we do some tidying, but I say we stick with just one, preferably using color and texture to set it apart. I also recommend more background variety, animated torches, anything evocative of Towers of Dimensions. Different gravity flippers, see Saturn's level in Mega Man 5, and a thorough check for tiling mistakes. Finally, the aforementioned sign. Drop it down the invisible hole near Volt Man, and then fill the hole with a collision object. Who needs a skip teleporter now? Just throw it in the pit! We don't need those! Get it out of here! This level often makes me wonder just how much of a good piece of music can lift otherwise rather shoddy aesthetics in a level. It, alongside the bare basics of graphical assets, somehow impacts the level with some degree of atmosphere and consistency. Weird, but a good lesson. Music is important. It's true. Anyway, there are honestly some really fun segments in this stage. At its core, it's pretty basic. I found some of the gravity manipulation and count bomb segments have a really nice flow to them. It's hard to note specifics here, but the level plays fine, and there are parts that click. Hover from Mega Man 4 gets used pretty well, it clicks. And as usual, I enjoy when tokens reward just paying attention. The second puzzle was clever. When the level tries to actually attempt a novel setup, it usually succeeds. And I appreciate the attempt at changing Gravity Man and some of the mid-bosses, but Gravity Man's still too close to the vanilla fight. And Whopper and Tri-Castle were also misses in this department. It's telling that one of the biggest issues of the level is immediately identified by an in-level sign. It really needed to end sooner or just have shorter floors. It outstays its welcome by a lot, and by the end, the level segments started to repeat themselves and the whole thing got rather redundant. Most of the third floor is too punishing for its own good. It's way harder than the rest of the stage, and honestly, just removing this floor would have improved the level's pacing dramatically. As I like the others, the hover segment on the 4th floor was using instant death spikes also hinders the flow of the stage, even if I like the actual setups. As much as I like the idea behind the stage very aesthetically, the tiling is very poor and the level looks very repetitive. Hell, I think the different floors just needed different looks. This is true. I do wonder how this stage would have turned out if it was just shorter and had actual effort put into the aesthetics, even if it's just tiling things respectively, and changing the terrain up every so often. There are parts I enjoy here, and I see potential, but ultimately the length, aesthetics, and lack of polish really make it fall short in just too many areas. And don't make a sign saying you think the stage is going to get a skip teleporter. Come on, man, that's just setting yourself to fail.
Every single judge is like, no, don't do that. You must believe in yourself who believes in me who believes in you.
I'm gonna go with Flashman on this one. Take that sign and stick it in an inaccessible hole. Get out of here! Alright, looks like we're gonna finish up tier 5. Alright, so let me just get rid of these excess lines here. Tidy up the old spreadsheet. there we go.
Malicious compliance, yes!
I completely agree with that sentiment, Pyro. As is only right. Yo, but we got a jiggy? Go. Go. Hey, Gravity Man, did you want to talk to me about something? Actually, I have a special surprise for you. Feast your eyes on this! Whoa, Puzzle Man! Now I see where the aesthetic of this place comes from. Are you amazed? Or maybe dazzled? No, I'm actually more confused than anything. Oh, I thought I could get more money using Gravity Man's likeness. After all, he gets a lot of royalties for all the simulations he appears in. Think of all the puzzles and toys I can buy with all this money. This seems to be an unhealthy obsession. Yeah. Unhealthy? Alright, that's it. I hope you studied up because now it's time for a battle of wits! I didn't ask for this. Are we getting a quiz?
Who called quiz?
Okay, no. Sir! Hey, get down here! Ah, that shows what you do from the intro. Okay, nicer than the heavy conveyed earlier. All right, cool. We got to see all of his moves. Nice. We got to see all 6 results. Someone's calling me. I have a phone. Hello? Oh, perfect. Quiet, dunce. You're still in a public area. Or do you want that truce to end early? Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean that. It's just... you're one of the last people I expect on the other side of this phone. How'd you even... Thomas gave me your number. Said it'd be the most efficient way to contact you. Damn it, Dr. Light. You can't just be giving out my phone number. Better make it quick. Our mystery assailant might not be a mystery for long. You understand what I mean? Dr. Light just gave my number to him? Rude? Papa, why? Why are you like this? Dad? First things first, I have a lot of extra chips after all that. And I currently have 29! What can I afford that actually sounds appealing? I mean, that does sound pretty appealing! Well, I can start saving up for the mystery key! I mean, the regular map's nice, but the mini-map's usually fine enough. Ah, screw it, give me the spot dodge. Rogers, what's going on? What the? This portal, we think, just appeared while you were collecting a tier rank. I sent some security robots to it, but I lost contact almost immediately. That's worrying. Alright, Edgelord, what's going on?
Fresh meat.
Okay, Edgelord, what's going on? Your unique aesthetic is coming through loud and clear.
Thank you, Wiley. Thank you very much, Wiley. I was just like, it's like, but I've been in this evil game a while. I've seen this a lot.
Alright, get on with it. We don't have all day here, you babbling fool.
Thank you, Wiley.
This is gonna be so unimpressive, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's this asshole! That definitely explains the edginess. Alright, well appropriated. He was definitely an edgy son of a bitch in Battle Network as well. Yeah, that works. That definitely fits the aesthetic. This 2-bit villain right here.
They could never hope to understand my dark designs.
I'm going to take over a meteor that I just know is happening with my laser man, and I'm gonna huck it at the Earth and other things because I can. Ooga booga! I'm gonna make a syndicate about corrupted data chips. You were gonna make fun of that? Well, too bad. Leo, no! You were too slow! I also hate Battle Network 4, so you know. And I didn't particularly care for 5, and the similarity between the two of them is this asshole.
Well, that's what you get for making healthy life decisions. What's with the head on the staff? The very fabric of reality itself, Wyler is oh so kind to run his little tests for me. And when is my improved insufficient, I supplied my own to complete this diabolical recipe. Always has been light. And this is the part where you turn around and I shoot you in the back of the head. From the very beginning, everything that has transpired has done so according to my design. I'm so evil.
Yo, Reiko, how's it going? Yeah, they always has been. It's like, God damn it. And considering his primarily space-themedness of his first game, it really fits the meme.
The only speed bump so far has been you taking out my masterfully crafted Dr. Wily replica. Maha, always win. Haha, what? Riley always wins!
Sure, Wily, whatever you say.
I'd applaud you if it weren't targeted against me. Sir, do you have any idea how many clones Wiley's made of himself?
You probably just stole that thing off of a conveyor belt.
That just means I'm already defeating you once before, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really? Will they? Why don't you get back to me on that after I erase you from reality? Was that supposed to happen? Somebody's getting fucked.
That was but a test of your resolve, and I see you will be a more formidable adversary than expected. Mark my words, we will meet again. And something. I'm getting the hell out of here.
That was strange. Is this truly the evil mastermind we're up against? Sadly, yes. Sadly, somehow, Dr. Regal has returned. I can't say that he left the best first impression. He's really no Dr. Wily, is he? No, he didn't. And I have a feeling this is going to be a headache.
Wiley's been into this game too long. He knows everything at this point. Well, that was the thing. Dr. Wily, you're alright, man. Thanks for saying literally everything I was thinking.
The more you reiterate that, the more embarrassed I am that I let this happen to me. Well, if he insists on making entrances like that, my security should have no problem finding him. We both know he'll be back, so I'll let you know when he does. In the meantime, you still have 10 ranks to get, and make sure you're in them legitimately. Of course. Now that's when I get the ranks.
That was like the perfect application of excessive edge. Because it wasn't taken seriously. That is the best way to do it. Like, it lets you use the aesthetic while also being very amusing.
Riddle, however, had his own goals with the simulations. He was booted out in between the two festivals. I thought the judges did all that.
Yeah, Dr. Equal, this game's not having a good day.
I mean, to be fair, he really never does.
I'm the coolest.
He has such a bad time in Battle Networks 4 and 5.
4 especially.
It's like, well, damn, I just got defeated by a grade schooler. Well, time to electrocute myself and then jump off a building and somehow live. Yeah, him like doing the whole self-sacrifice thing continues to make absolutely no goddamn sense, but oh well.
Yo, Otto, why didn't you just blast him? You were right there.
Whoa, what a spectacle! Dr. Eagleshire knows how to make an entrance. I mean, I guess. He's got the presentation down. He understands the importance of presentation. this little guy?
I think this. Okay, hang on a second.
Okay. Yo, room color change, hell yeah! Which style? Nah.
Heartbeat style.
Oh, I was expecting something like obnoxiously Valentine's-y. Tracker style.
Wait, that actually almost is the appropriate color scheme. Damn it, Tracker, no! Go away! It's not Monday!
Favorite tracker? Okay. Tubular. Okay, I think it's going for Turtles NES theme. Okay, what's Jules? Oh, that is rather pleasant. I think I like the original color best, though. We're going back to default.
Orbit!
Spinning top man! Spinning top man! Alright, they are distracting, but they're cute. Alright, we gotta have Top Man in here somewhere. We'll get right up here on the bed. And Sheep Man. Why does it look like an iron checkpoint crate from Crash Bandicoot? Because it is! Bandicoot! Wait, can I put the Crash checkpoint floating in midair?
Yeah. Alright, there we go.
Bandicoot! I didn't get any new costumes lately, did I? I'm pretty sure I still have them all. Yep, still the usual selection. Fun for the gachapon? I don't know. I've never been one for gacha mechanics, so Ow, 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 ow. Hey, Pop Man, stop punching me in the face. Stuntman got me hooked on his boxing movies. Slip the jab. These hands are lethal weapons. Literally, your face will explode if I punch it.
Wait, hang on a second.
Look at him groove, though, Chad. Look at him. Look at his majestic moves. Hang on a second, I know exactly what I need to do. Look at him go! Sometimes it's the simple things, you know? Sometimes it's just the simple things. Oh, we have 3 sleeping creatures now. Tango sleeps with the fishes? Tango out here sleeping while there's robotic mice and fish.
I still want to pet the cat. I still want to pet the cat.
Alright, I think finishing up tier 5 is good for today. Ended up getting a good chunk of levels done once again. This was a good day. I really liked a lot of the levels that we played today. It's one of those things, sure, their scores aren't great, but I mean, they still have obvious problems that could have benefited from some fixing, but at the same time, we didn't have anything obnoxiously difficult. We didn't have anything that was, like, really painful wasted potential, just somewhat. Like, nothing as painful as Bakery Man in that regard. We didn't have any, like, stages that really needed to show some restraint. The Tower of Dimensions, I mean, could have been considerably shorter, but it had other issues to latch onto more than the length. Overall, yeah, those are the kind of levels I like. It's just levels that are trying their best to be a level. It doesn't have to be too crazy or too ambitious. I just like levels that feel like Mega Man levels. A little wild, but that's me. Alright, that's gonna go ahead and do it for me today. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow probably with some more Paper Mario, but for now I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. If you enjoy the content, please give it a follow. It helps to let the channel grow. Gets those numbers going on up when you succeed here on Twitch.tv. On the YouTube side of things, give it a subscribe, you'll get the notifications as well. But for now, I'm gonna call it there. MAGMML3 continues to be really fun. There was a reason I've been eagerly waiting for the release of this for the past couple of years.
I knew I'd have a good time, and, well, here we are.
Until next time, though. See you around.